A very good morning to everyone. On behalf of VESCOA, I extend a warm welcome to our respected trustees, distinguished guests, representatives of collaborating institutions, esteemed speakers, our principal, faculty members, alumni, and dear students who are present here and attending online from various classes. So welcome to day 2 of second edition of VESCOA Conclave on Ecological Urbanism. Let's begin our session with Om chanting. I request everyone to kindly join your palms. Thank you. As we gather this morning, it is wonderful to reflect on the discussions we had yesterday. So we began our first session on data-driven tools for urban practice, where experts had shared insightful case studies and their professional practice, demonstrating how data and technology are transforming urban planning and decision-making. In our second session, Planning and Governance for Nature-Integrated Cities, it introduced us to inspiring examples from both Indian and global context, illustrating how thoughtful planning and governance can help create cities that coexist harmoniously with nature. So today we continue this important dialogue through 2 engaging sessions. Our first session is titled Participatory Planning for Resilient Communities, and the second session, scheduled later today, is Learners' Perspectives on Ecological Urbanism. So today's first session focuses on perhaps the most important aspect of resilience, that is people. So while infrastructure, technology, and policies are essential, truly resilient cities are built through empowered communities, inclusive planning processes, and meaningful collaboration with citizens, professionals, and institutions. So this session will explore how participation at the grassroots level can strengthen both social and environmental resilience, creating communities that are better prepared to face challenges to shape their own futures. So we are privileged to have 4 distinguished speakers with us today. We have Ms. Anita Beninger, architect Vidya Mohan Kumar, who will be joining us online from Chennai, Ms. Parveen Sheikh, who will be joining online from Madhya Pradesh, and architect Mayura Patil, who will be joining online from Singapore. I extend my heartfelt welcome to all our speakers and thank them for being part of this conclave. So let us introduce the first speaker for today's session. She is architect Vidya Mohan Kumar from Chennai. Vidya Mohan Kumar is an architect and urban designer based in Chennai. Her 2 decades of work experience is focused on creating cities that are people-oriented and centered around transit as part of a sustainable development agenda that she is passionate about. Her approach is driven by research that is grounded and intersectional as a way to understand the everyday urbanism of cities. Let's join together in welcoming architect Vidya Mohan Kumar. Ma'am, are you there?
Yes, I'm there.
Yeah, you can.
I hope you're able to see me.
Yes, ma'am, we can see you. You can start with your presentation.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to switch off my video while I'm presenting, just for bandwidth, to make sure that you're able to see the presentation and hear me as I'm presenting. Just a heads up. I'll switch it back on once I'm done for the Q&A, just letting you know.
Yeah, that'll be fine, ma'am. You can switch off your video.
Okay, I hope you're able to see the screen.
Yes, ma'am, we can see your screen.
There's no lag, I'm presuming. I think we can start.
Can you try to change a few slides?
Yeah, we tried that.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering, no lag, right?
There's no lag. You can start.
Great. Thank you so much. So we can get started. First of all, thank you to VES College for the invite, and very happy to be part of this conclave, talking specifically about ecological aspects of planning and tying it down to participatory approaches. What I have for you today to present is the community engagement outreach strategy that we worked on in 2018 for the Siriseri Watershed Ecological Master Plan project that was undertaken in the peri-urban belt of Chennai. Now, when we were engaged for this project, we were told to specifically design and execute an outreach and community engagement strategy that would help to identify the immediate and long-term needs of the resident community, who would both be the beneficiaries as well as the custodians of the interventions that we were going to be making on the ground. And that was largely the guiding force. Of course, we were also encouraged to study the socio-cultural and socio-economic perspective of Siriseri to get a better understanding. And all of this was meant to support the ecological master plan and restoration process for the lake system that was prevalent in the peri-urban belt here. So we, heard all of this out, and for ourselves, we framed this as a mission statement: is to work in collaboration with the community, to largely listen and seek to understand the character, stories, values, and goals, so that we would be able to guide the future of this settlement through a watershed restoration approach. Now, just to give you a sort of historic perspective of what's going on over here, right? Now, Siriseri is a designated village. It falls within the Chengalpattu district of Tamil Nadu. The earliest cartographic instance of this village is from the US Army maps that were created through large-scale control ground survey that was conducted between the period of 1914 and 1941. And it has a very distinctly unique transect, where you will see that it traverses from a forest area onto a cascading system of eries. Eries are man-made water reservoirs, traditional water management systems that are native to Tamil Nadu. And then there's the settlement, and then further on, eastward, it moves on to the Buckingham Canal, which runs north-south along parallel to the coast, and then onto the Bay of Bengal itself. This is what you sort of, the sort of broader transect that we see. Now, I want a little bit of an introduction for those of you who do not know what the ARI system is. It basically is a traditional water management system, as I mentioned, but it serves to control floods, it prevents soil erosion, it reduces wastage of runoff during heavy rainfall, as well as serves to recharge groundwater aquifers. And then, the irrigation channels from the ARIs enable paddy cultivation, which otherwise would have been almost impossible in large parts of Tamil Nadu, owing to its relatively flat terrain. The ARI system was essentially designed to hold rainwater in one and allow the surplus to flow onto the next one. That's why it's referred to as a cascading system of water bodies. It also ensures that other settlements can thrive around the area, as is the case with our own settlement here, Siriseri, as well. Within this sort of, 1 kilometer grid that you're seeing here, the geographic setting of this watershed region, what we have is there's Siriseri village here, and then there's the Pediya Eri, and there's the Sitteri, basically the big lake and the small lake. So the big lake overflows into the small lake. And then there's another Echangad area, which is further south over here. Within this catchment, we have three villages, which is the Siriseri village, the Pudupakam village, and the Tarambur village. Just giving you an outlay of what's here on the site. Besides its role of nurturing the livelihoods in the village, when we met the folks at Siriseri, they also, sort of reminisced, a lot of things about the Aries itself, where, they would celebrate festivals along the banks of the Aries. Even a decade ago, the younger folk enjoyed refreshing swims in the Erie on a daily basis. Women used to cook with water from the Erie, and men went fishing and so on. And of course, there was a lot of native species of fish and then the birds. And there was, essentially a whole flora fauna system that was very thriving in its time. Essentially, until the late 90s or 1990s, the Aries were the socio-cultural and socio-economic backbone of these primarily agrarian settlements that we see. But then in the 90s, the late 90s especially, the lands around the settlement were developed as a special economic zone into the Sipcot IT Park. And a lot of these lands were, of course, bought out the agricultural lands, and replaced with an IT park. With the traditional farming practice, that was sort of lost, the connection to the area and their dependence on the area also started to wane. While the development of the IT park, of course, came with the promise of employment, both low skill as well as high skill jobs for the people of Siriseri. It's still debatable as to how the people are engaged per se. Today, what we see is this is the situation today. The Aries, including the banks of the Aries, they are in a state of neglect. Been relegated to the purpose of just water extraction, garbage dumping, open defecation, and a gathering spot for miscreants and alcoholics. The water from the Erie per se, because it's not used for agricultural, starts getting absorbed into large-scale extraction. A lot of tanker lorries do take water even to the IT park from here. And the lake beds, very rich in sandy soil, also started becoming hotbeds for the sand mafia to extract the sand for construction and other purposes. So this is where we are with Siriseri today, and this is a story that would be quite common to a lot of these peri-urban villages in and around Chennai. So getting on to the community engagement and visioning process, this is the background in the context in which we came into the picture. And we followed an 8-step process for this. But I will tell you that the 8-step process was not something that we originally decided. We didn't start out the project saying, oh, we're going to go do these 8 steps. It was a very, very sort of organically developed 8 steps that came up. And this is coming from a reflection of what happened at the end of the project for us. What we largely set out to do was the household surveys, which was for us comprised of the data collection component. And the second part was the focus group discussions, which was the consensus building component as to what needs to be done about this state of neglect. But the sort of starting with these 2 broad steps that we had in mind, we ended up getting into a much more nuanced and very enriching process of engagement. I'll just take you through this now. So we started off first by understanding the demographics and apprising the community of the project. So here, of course, we started out with a very, very outdated 2011 census just to get some sort of a stronghold as to what's going on here. Of course, we were cognizant that a lot of it was also rapidly changing because of the IT park and new residential development that was coming in and around the IT park and so on. But anyway, it was a starting point for us, rather than shooting in the dark. Subsequent to that, we also met the former panchayat head. Now, I say former at that point because at that point when we were doing this project, there were no local bodies that were active, or local body elections hadn't taken place for several years at that point. So there were no panchayat heads or corporators across Tamil Nadu during a period. And this project, of course, was situated in that period. But we understood that the former panchayat head was still sort of the, proxy head who, was largely in charge of the welfare and upkeep of the residents of the settlement. So we met him first, in some sense, to get his blessings for the project and so on. What you see on the right side of this slide is a mental map that he drew out for us of the layout of the settlement and who resides where. So he pointed to us the older settlements and then the sort of mixed groups. But we understood that his mental map was largely caste-based. So, we had the various communities that were mapped out onto this. Now, at first glance, it may seem like a very casteist approach to mapping a settlement and its communities. But I mean, if you pay a little closer attention, you understand that as a panchayat head, the responsibility or sort of making sure that welfare schemes reach various community groups, the onus is on this person, and therefore the mapping is largely based on what kind of welfare schemes are available to the various communities and therefore in extension where they live in the settlement. So very interesting map, something that we would have never drawn ourselves, but he drew this out for us, and this is what it looks like. So starting from there, we moved on to the second stage where we got started with the household questionnaire surveys. Now, the household questionnaire surveys were designed to capture insights into the level of basic services, needs and priorities of the residents, and so on. And of course, largely starting with apprising them of the project and, collecting information about what actually were their needs and concerns in present day context. But an interesting thing happened with household surveys is that although we did go door to door, it kind of organically morphed into mini focus group discussions, because as we noticed, the men folk had gone out to work, and the women folk who were at homes tended to sit in each other's homes in small groups and do their daily chores together, as a sense of companionship and so on. So we ended up, going to one house, and then we'd find like, four family members, four different household members in the same house, and we'd end up having many focus group discussions. But the one thing that it did was it helped break the ice, because they were comfortable, rather than speaking one-on-one, they felt comfortable to speak to us as a group. And of course, also reflecting on various things as they're speaking. When somebody mentions something and somebody corroborates it, and they say, yeah, that's how it is. So it became a very sort of, a good way to build trust in terms of how we were reaching out to them and encouraging them to feel comfortable to speak to us in the first place. We also noticed from our survey sample that a lot of the there were two distinct groups of people. One was the native population who were always living in the settlement, and then there was a set of people that had moved in post the IT Park SEZ development. And a lot of the migrants we noticed had moved in over the last 7 years. Some people may have also been pushed to the peripheries because of lack of affordable housing options in the city and so on. But we understood that almost 50% of the population were new, and about the other 50 were like native residents. This also kind of corroborated why there was a lack of a connection to the water systems, the areas that were there in the settlement, because the newer folk never had a connection. 50% of the population basically never had a connection to the area. They never had anything to do with it. Several of them didn't even know it existed. And the ones who were native had seen the decline and their sort of separation from the areas as the lifeline of the settlement. The third stage was, again, this also came up very organically as we were doing the household surveys, is the identification of local champions. So each person pointed us to another person, and then we would go and meet them, and they would point us to another person. But this was a very beautiful, way of getting connected to so many different people in the settlement. And we understood that there were 27 self-help groups, women self-help groups, and that one person was sort of spearheading this whole thing. And these local champions also started becoming local communication channels for us, as we would not have been able to reach as many people as we could have without the support of these people. The newer migrant folks, as I was talking about, a lot of them also lived in gated communities amidst the native population. And the gated communities were fortresses in themselves. We were not allowed access, but then we were able to tap into one person who was a gated community member who ended up doing all the household surveys of the gated communities for us. The gated community residents were comfortable in answering an anonymous survey link that was shared with them. So we got a bunch of online survey responses as well to capture the opinions and concerns of the people that were living in the gated communities. The native population, of course, we reached out to them in person. So there were a broad set of community groups that surfaced as well. We were very concerned about not leaving anyone behind. So we were able to, like, they would point to a lot of people and say, oh, these are power players, these are minority groups, these are, and these people will tell you about the minority concerns. These are very strong women players, and there were children, and there were youth groups. We understood there was a very strong youth group who were, cricket crazed youth group who would come together, like They were split by election biases, but party biases, but they really came together through cricket and so on. And then there were the seniors who, became our oral history, sources, and the migrant population and the gated community. So sort of a very nuanced, grouping of people, and hearing out their stories emerged from this, from meeting the local champions that we encountered. Stage 4 was gathering stories through focus group discussion. So once we had the communities in place here, we targetedly reached out to these groups and met them and heard out their concerns. Now, this stage, we moved away from the survey form, questionnaire format, and this was largely storytelling. We would either video record with their permission, or sort of note down as they're talking to us. And we just, it was like a very freewheeling discussion, because I think the idea was largely at this point to build trust and have them tell us everything that they could remember and everything that they could, tell us about the past and the present of the ARI system. So yeah, we did that. And then after we did all of this, we had to organize this data. And of course, the storytelling aspect, we needed to, quantify a lot of the stories, the corroborated stories, and, bring them out as data points. And so that was what we did after that. And this was back to our desks, and we did this. And then we also did some mappings of the, when we organized the data, we had 6 broad themes that came up, which were natural resources and the environment, pertaining to the overall, the condition of the ARI system itself. And then there was infrastructure, or the lack of it. I think one of the key themes was the deficit in terms of public transport infrastructure, which had repercussions in terms of high monthly expenditure to access basic services such as education, healthcare, and so on. Livelihood opportunities was brought up, especially by women who also, because of the transportation, deficits, were not able to access as many livelihood opportunities, and therefore were very keen to have, livelihood opportunities that they could do from their homes. And because they had such camaraderie between themselves, they wanted activities that they could do together with each other, and have a secondary source of income for themselves. Youth involvement, again, we understood that the spillway of the ARIs was used as a cricket ground, and for years they had been thwarting any efforts for public amenities to come up in that space. So I think that was very sacrosanct for them, and was an important thing to be cognizant of. We also tried to understand what skills the residents could bring to the rejuvenation restoration exercise. And the list here, which says farming, gardening, medicinal herb farming, forestry, dairy farming, sculpting, carpentry, and metal fabrication. This was a list that we were able to gather from the residents, saying, we have these skills, we can offer this in any way for the rejuvenation of this area. So again, as I was saying, mapping of various amenities and the distances that they needed to cover. There was only a primary school in the settlement. So middle school and high school meant that the kids had to travel beyond 3 kilometers in the absence of public transport. Again, these become difficult, and so on. Then we started consolidating and evaluating these things. So what do Siriseri residents want is what we got. We got 28 responses, both from the native residents as well as the migrant folks. And we tried to understand, the level of investment capital that would be required to put these in place, the level of maintenance required to make sure that these were functioning in the operations phase. And we also tried to, break them down into the the stakeholder roles and responsibilities as a ratio of public sector, private sector, and people. So a public, private, and people ratio, a different kind of a PPP that we envisaged. Now, this is not absolute. This was relative to what were there in the 28. This sort of like the scale that we put up is relative to the 28 programmatic requirements that were desired by the residents over there. So the last stage in this process was to review and confirm these priorities. We organized a large village meeting. The panchayat head was very kind enough to give us a marriage hall in the settlement that was, didn't even charge us rent for it. And it was a very hot summer day, so we bought a lot of watermelons to be good hosts to our to the residents. And the community meeting was held on a Sunday afternoon. So we were largely or broadly structured around the past, present, and the future of the area. So we encouraged residents to come and share their memories, reminisce about their interactions with the area, and also share concerns. And we also put forth what we had consolidated from the household surveys and focus group discussions and said these were our findings. If anybody would like to add to them. So keeping it transparent, telling them what we heard from them and telling it back to them. We also convened this meeting largely to understand priorities. So the 28 different the programmatic desired requirements were visualized, and they were put on the wall as posters, and everybody was given like 5 sticker dots, and they had to choose their top 5 priority requirements that they desired. So it was also a good opportunity for them to see what everyone from their settlement desired, and see what would work best for them, and then pick their top 5 from this. Now, we were also very keen to, as I said, involve a lot of as many different segments of the resident population as possible. So we organized a drawing competition for the kids of the village while this meeting was going on. So in the same hall, on one side, we had the adults doing what they were doing, and then on the other side of the hall, we had the kids who were asked to envision what the area would be like in the future. Now, was of course ulterior motive for doing this is that we didn't want residents to say, "Oh, I don't have. It's Sunday. Kids are not in school. We don't know where to leave them. We can't come for the meeting." So we invited them, saying, "Please bring your kids along. You come along. Bring your kids along. We have a way to engage your kids while you do this with us." So we had kids with the drawing competition. These 2 seniors that you see on the side were some of the oldest residents. A lot of oral history accounts that we got from them. We invited them to be the judge for the drawing competition, and they picked 2 winning entries of what the kids had drawn in terms of what the future of their area could look like. And because we were keen to have a zero waste event, we also collected all of the watermelon peels and fed them to the cows. The cows who otherwise would, be foraging through the dump site, the garbage dump site in the settlement, and eat what they could find over there. So yeah, this was a little touch that came up in the end, where we were able to convert this into a zero waste event as well.
Vidya ma'am, sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
You have 5 minutes more.
Yeah, I'm done. Another 2 minutes and I should be done.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Essentially, we were able to conclude that the Sirisiri Lake and its restoration, rejuvenation would be a 3-pronged approach. There's, of course, the ecological aspect of it, understanding the watershed, correcting its, the lake bed topography, and ensuring that the cascading system is restored and so on. But the cultural aspect of, building a connection to the area is equally as important, as is the education about why this is a critical piece of infrastructure that could make the settlement climate resilient. So in the infamous December 2015 floods in Chennai, because the sluice gates were neglected and damaged, and the cascading system wasn't working very well. There was a reported instances of flooding. The settlement had flooded because the lake had overflowed and over across the spillway, and caused havoc amongst the residents. This is a quick timeline of what it was, a 60-day process, what I described to you, very, very intense, every day, going back and forth and gathering very targeted, outreach and engagement. I want to close with a few pictures of what the AD looked like when we started the project, January 2019. You can see these sort of crater-like formations because of the over-extraction of sand from the lake bed. The water recharge wasn't, to its capacity, and so on. And a year after that, in March 2020, this is the exact same location where the same photograph has been shot. This is what the lake looked like. And but more than this, I think for me, my favorite set of photographs were from the year after that, in November 2021, when I went back to the site, and I saw this. This was along the spillway. It was a post-monsoon, shower and all I could see was women and children. And this was extremely heartening, because during all of our interactions with the residents, the one thing that everyone told us was that the women and children never went anywhere near the area, because it had been relegated to just open defecation, alcoholics, and the sort of a very unsafe environment that it was. But this is what it came to be 2 years from then on. So I think this is the sort of the happy ending picture for this project for us. And I'll stop with this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Architect Vidya Mohan Kumar, for that insightful presentation. So your work actually shows that community participation, although challenging, is an essential component for any successful, and lasting transformation. So we'll go to the next segment where Professor Harshad Bhatia will be moderating the Q&A session. I invite him to please join the stage. Harshad Bhatia sir is design chair at VESCO. He's also an eminent architect and urban designer.
Good morning. We have 10 minutes.
Good morning.
Yeah. Any questions from the audience? Please give the mic, whoever. Vidya, I don't know whether you're aware, but we've got students listening to you in the lecture rooms also.
I see. Okay.
And it's also on YouTube Live. So there may be a few responses there also. I think what you've done is you've given us a very good way in which we look at participatory planning. And if I'm not mistaken, that last slide which you mentioned about, I think 3 months, was it time duration for your survey?
No, they were, the 3 pictures were 1 year apart. The first picture was 2019, the second with the filled up areas 2020, and the last one was 2021. So I was across 2 years.
And during the lockdown, I presume?
Yes. No, it was before the lockdown. It was before the lockdown.
So
none of us are wearing masks in any of the pictures.
Yeah. So a recent visit would actually give us the actual situation after 5 years.
Yeah, I haven't been there recently. I should. And I think this is a good opportunity for me to, I also really enjoyed reminiscing the project that we did a couple of years ago. And I made a mental note to myself that I should make a visit now to see how things are.
Yeah, and I meant the slide prior to that, the one where we've written the months.
Oh, right. The entire process, you're asking about the timeline, is
Correct.
it?
Correct. That's what, 3 months?
Yeah, the timeline was actually less than 3 months. We started in January and we finished mid-March.
Okay. Any questions from the audience? Yes. You can introduce yourself and mention the year.
Hi ma'am, I'm Aditi Taude from 4th year. My question was that how did the community engagement, like you surveying the community, how did it help you in the process of restoration of the lake?
So there was, as I mentioned, the sort of ecological component was running in parallel, where the bathymetric surveys, the lake bed correction, and the basically the engineering part was going on in parallel. The outreach was, as I mentioned, largely to gather the sociocultural and socio-economic perspectives of the residents, because they were going to be beneficiaries as well as we wanted them to be custodians of the restoration efforts. So, there was a very clear mission, as I mentioned at the start of the presentation, also as to why we did this exercise. We could have, the restoration could have just happened on its own, but then the community engagement was thought to be critical because without the people involved, it'll go back to its state of neglect as it had been before we started the project.
Yes. Any other questions? Okay, I have one simple question. When we see the first slide, you show the lakes in the map, right? The blue colored.
Yes.
Do you always look at it from the map point of view, or do you look at water in terms of volume?
Well, looking at it in terms of volume, again, as I said, that would be, sort of your engineering aspect of it. We were trying to understand the regional context, like the history of the settlement, how it came to be, and of course, because it was a watershed approach, we needed to zoom out and not just look at that one lake or the big lake and the small lake that formed the backbone of this particular settlement. So the maps were largely to build our understanding of the interdependencies between the settlements that were catered to by the Erie system, as well as to understand the network of the cascading Erie systems as well. So, as urban designers, we need to look at different levels of context, right? Starting from the region all the way up to the individual building block or building. So was sort of the foundational exercise that we did for ourselves to build our own understanding with whatever data we could find.
I think when you use the word big and small is what worries me a bit, because it's only being seen from the two-dimensional perspective. That's why I asked about the volume. It's because
not at all. It's sorry. As I said, you have to touch upon every aspect of it. You can't ignore one, and And then I think as urban designers, we know that is critical to success of any project, and that's why I mentioned scales of development. You can't ignore the regional scale. You can't ignore the scale at the site level.
I'm not questioning the regional scale. I'm just talking about the water part. Because somewhere, would you think about, let's say, training the lakes into a particular shape, a form, and then trying to combine them together where you can actually get more land and you can still have the quantity of water that you require? I'm just thinking.
Right. So that was. That's what I said. What I presented to you now was only the community outreach and engagement component of the project.
Excellent.
I did not present to you the master plan exercise where the very specific volumetric hydrological flows were studied, and the efforts to restore the sluice gates and to do the bed correction to ensure that the water levels have their flows towards the sluice gates and the overall system itself is restored. I did not present that part to you today.
Oh, that I think you were very clear about the participatory planning thing, which is what this session was all about. Any questions?
Yeah, I know. I was told that was the session, so I did not get into that aspect.
Yeah, hi Vidya, I'm Sameer Sheikh.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
Yeah, I think it was a very good talk. I had a question which I always have with people who engage in community participation is, have you ever faced a situation where the aspirations and the wishes of the community is in sort of opposition to your views as a technical person, as a designer? And if that happens, because it definitely happens in many places where the people are not really aware of what they should be expecting. It's probably a deeper discussion on that. But as a designer, if you come in and from a technical point of view, if you know that there is something that should be done, but then you're getting a very different message, which probably is directly opposite to what you are thinking as a designer. How do you sort of deal with situations like this? First of all, have you come across something like that, and how have you sort of dealt with it?
Yeah, this is absolutely a very common situation. Thank you. It's a very good question. It's a question that keeps coming up every now and then as well. I have this is our standard approach and answer to this, and as to how to deal with this as well. Our job as, we take our job as facilitators very seriously. And I think it's important to understand that it is not a designer's vision or, I think that's the first thing, to let go of the idea that the designer's vision is sacrosanct in that particular case, right? It is about communicating your vision. It's also about communicating it without bias. It's about laying all the cards out on the table for the people to decide. Eventually, especially when it comes to priorities or, I want this and I want that, is not up to us to impose, and I know a lot of public projects tend to bypass this whole participation angle, and then they go ahead and do whatever they want to do. And that's why there's a lot of unrest and, unhappiness with regard to, works that happen. And, sometimes it needs to be done. You always quote the larger good and do it, especially, for instance, when it comes to displacement of people who are residing in floodplains. In the larger interest of, their own safety and, building the climate resilience, giving room for the river and so on, the most obvious solution is to move them. But, as long as the displacement is handled very sensitively and they're not displaced, in places without the requisite amenities and infrastructure to support their current functioning lives and livelihoods. And I think the very less effort goes into that aspect, is to making sure that, what you're offering them as an alternative is not, going to disadvantage them in any ways, rather than, making it better for them to choose that, right? So you have to lay out everything for them. You have to, the education and the advocacy part is very critical in this aspect, right? And that's, again, as facilitators, it's important that we are able to, without bias, without prejudice, lay it out as it is and allow them to choose, that this is the future that we want. Right. We don't want this. In this particular case as well, I can tell you there were two conflicting opinions. I mentioned that there was the native residents, and then there was people that had moved in, the migrant folk who had moved in over the last 7 years. Now, these are people who are working in the IT parks. They were living in the gated communities. If you look at the sort of, when we did the desired requirements, when we asked them to pick the top 5, you could see a very clear disparity in how both of the, groups of people wanted to use the area itself. For the gated community folks, it was largely, a very, like a park with, a walking trail, a jogging trail. They were looking at it mostly as a recreational amenity that would enhance their lifestyles that they were in the neighborhood that they were living in. Whereas for the native residents, their focus was a lot on skills development, education, livelihood generation. The recreational component was far lesser in priority for them. They didn't necessarily want walking trails or parks or so on. Right. So you can see that even within a single settlement, there are disparities in the way we agree on certain things or do not. Right. Of course, it's also our job as facilitators to consolidate it and put forward, the sort of the best case scenario. Like, this is, coming back to the larger good. This is going to benefit, everyone in equal measure. And that's where the whole equity aspect comes into the picture, right? I mean, and it's for us to use the equity lens at that point to see if we are not favoring one over the other, and that we're ensuring that the development is equitable at that point. So there's huge responsibility, I would say, from as urban designers in doing this. Requires a lot of sensitivity and care with the way you approach communities. As I said, trust building is very, very important. We're not building trust because you want to manipulate their trust, but you're building trust so that they can openly communicate with you, and that helps us take a decision that is equitable for everyone.
Correct. I think.
I hope that answers your question.
Absolutely. I think it's a very relevant question. It requires another session, and I think this is a very important point. And one thing we got to learn from her presentation is participatory planning begins from the ground up. Stakeholder analysis can come from the top down. So I think we need to, and thanks a lot for the presentation, Vidya, because you were focused straight onto the topic of the session. So I think the questions that I asked a little bit should have been revealed a little before you get into the part. So just to keep you prepared, Okay, thanks a lot.
Oh, no, that's okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Give round of applause for her.
Thank you, ma'am, and thank you, Harshit sir. We now invite our third speaker, Ms. Parveen Sheikh. Parveen Sheikh is a wildlife biologist whose work focuses on the science-based conservation of threatened bird species in India. She joined the Bombay Natural History Society in 2012 as a research fellow and has since developed extensive expertise in avian conservation. In 2016, she initiated pioneering work on the endangered Indian skimmer in the National Chambal Sanctuary. Her research identified critical threats to the species, including nest predation, flooding, sandstorms, and human-induced disturbances such as sand mining and river damming. To address these challenges, she launched the Helping Skimmer SKIM conservation program and the innovative Guardians of Skimmer initiative, engaging local communities as active protectors of nesting colonies. The participatory conservation model has significantly improved nesting success and become an inspiring example of community-led environmental stewardship. Her presentation today is titled Community-Led Conservation of the Indian Skimmer, a case study in participatory planning and resilience. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Parveen Sheikh. Hi, ma'am, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for the brief introduction. And yes, I'm completely, this topic is going to be very different from the talks that you all have been attending from yesterday. So this is mainly related to wildlife conservation and in having communities part of it. Yeah, it doesn't involve much of the architecture part in it, but still wanted to share this story so that how community participation is important when it comes to a different sector of conservation. I'll share my screen.
Yeah, sure, ma'am.
Yeah, I just want to confirm that whether it's visible.
No, it's not.
We have shared it, but I can see it. It's not visible.
Can you stop and start sharing again?
Yeah, I put it again. Is it visible now?
No, ma'am, give us a minute.
It's not visible.
No, it's not visible. IT team is trying to, yeah,
Okay.
set it up. Just give us a second.
Yes. I'll turn my camera off so that we have a better bandwidth because I have some videos in the presentation and that will be a lag if I keep my video on.
Yeah, ma'am, can you switch off your cam?
Yes, I have done that.
Okay. Can you share it again?
Yeah, I have shared it.
Yeah, can you keep it full screen?
Yeah. Is it visible? I can see it in full screen on my system.
Okay, just a second, ma'am. Ma'am, you have not shared the screen. Can you?
I have shared the screen. I can see it on my system. I can see even on my screen that it is shared.
Ma'am, just give us a second.
I'll share my screen. Ma'am, I'll share the screen from my side. That's better.
Okay.
Ma'am, can we share the PPT from our end?
Yeah, that's fine. I
It's
will
fine.
just
Yeah,
keep
we'll
on
do that.
have to tell change.
Yeah, okay. Just give us a
Okay,
second.
that's fine.
Ma'am, can you go full screen once? Just want to test.
Okay, I'll do that. Okay.
Video hai unka. Ma'am, I think you are sharing entire screen. Can you share a window that works?
I shared a window previously and it was not visible. So I'll do it again.
Yeah.
Just a sec.
Window se hota hai.
Yeah. Is it visible now?
Yeah. Can you go full screen?
Is it visible now?
I think when you're going full screen.
Full screen, it just goes up. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the Google Meet problem. Because we just tested sometime before.
I'll put the presentation from my PC.
Yeah, please do that thing. It will just require, I'll just keep on telling you change, that's it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ma'am, can you see my full screen?
I can see the presentation, that's it. Okay, so I'll be talking about the community-led conservation of Indian skimmer. This is actually a case study of how participatory planning and resilience works in conservation. So the picture that you see is a flock of the species that I'm talking about, Indian skimmer. Next. So this study and was taken on the river Chambal. It's a very infamous landscape everybody might be aware of because of the dacoits that dominated this landscape for a very long time. It's one of the cleanest river of the country till now because according to Indian mythology, it's a cursed river. So nobody worships this river. And because geographically, the way it is located, if you see on the bank, the ravines which are there, it was not a very easily accessible river. And that's the reason not much development took place. So there is no large discharge that happens into the river. And that's the reason, the river water is still potable, unlike the other rivers of the country. Next. Uh, so if you play this video, yeah, so this is how the landscape looks like. Okay, it's a clean blue river with a large sand banks. Recently, this river is very infamous because of the illegal sand mining pressure that has come on this system, and it's a protected area, but still a lot of illegal vehicles venture into this landscape and they extract a lot of sand, which definitely affects the habitat for a lot of wildlife species that belongs to this river. Next. Yeah. So this is the species. I'm just briefly introduced to you guys because I'm assuming that people might be not aware, and I might use some words which might not be well acquainted with. So this species is very unique because if you see the bill, the lower bill is quite longer than the upper bill. And if you see in the next slide, the video, that the species get its name as Indian skimmer. Next. Because of the way that it skims on the surface of it. So it skims with the lower bill and catches its fishes. So that's the reason the name is Indian skimmer. They are purely dependent on river for their nesting, and they migrate to coastal areas and come back to the rivers for nesting on them, and they purely feed on the fishes. Next. So why Indian skimmer and why this species is very important for conservation? Because it's endangered on the IUCN Red List with less than 3,000 birds left in the world. And more than 90% of the population is in India, and almost 1/3 population is breeding on this river system. So this river is very important for the species. Next. If you see, the species is very widely distributed in the Indian subcontinent. But right now it's restricted only to 3 countries, majorly Pakistan, India, Bangladesh. There's a large number of birds that go to Bangladesh during the non-breeding season. They don't nest there and they come back to India on the rivers for nesting. So India has a very large responsibility for conservation of this species. Next. We started working on the species in 2016 on this river. It's almost 10 years that we have been carrying out this work, and we identified that there are major threats because these birds nest on the island that you see in the picture, sandbars that form in between the river. And they lay their eggs directly on the surface. They don't make any nest or make nests which are very well camouflaged. It's very much an open. And we realized that the river has a very compromised flow rates because of the dams that has been constructed upstream. And that's the reason this nest gets very much prone to predation from dogs, predation from jackals. There is a nest trampling that happens because of the cattle that walk on the sandbar. And there is a large illegal sand mining pressure due to which this habitat is completely taken away. And obviously, if there is a sudden release of water, a lot of nest drowns. So next. And then we realized that the nesting success was less than 12% on this river, which is one of the most important habitat in the entire world. Next. So what we did, we started this program called as Guardians of the Skimmer, involving the local community member. The entire idea initially was to appoint the community members and ask them to watch this nesting colony and protect them from any predation. So, this was just a very experimental mode that we started like during COVID and post-COVID. So we just went to the people, we talked to some people, and we said that, okay, we are giving you some seasonal employment, and you just have to guard this nesting colony and not let any of the predation or cattle come inside the nesting colony. I'll run this 2-minute video to understand what exactly we started with. Can you just play this video? There is audio to it. I hope it is audible to audience.
No, ma'am, right now audio is not working.
Okay, so, there is an audio. I will just speak if it's not. So what's happening if you see that the cattle, as I said, they come on the nesting sandbar and they tend to trample the chicks. And that creates a lot of looks. Similarly, that the dogs, when they reach on the island, they again predate a lot of exit chicks. So what we thought that, we need to work with the community members, as I said before, and we just talked to a few people and we asked that, okay, we are going to provide you some seasonal employment and we want you to, just guard these nesting colonies. So mainly you camp there, don't let any predators or cattle come in. And we also asked them to deploy some temporary fencing to keep the dogs and the jackals and the cattle away. So this is what the temporary fencing that the people do. It's a very thorn fencing, and if it requires, they even put iron mesh fencing. And it was very interesting that the results were very mind-blowing, and we had really large number of chicks that could survive. But can you do the next? Next. Yeah. So why community-led conservation? Entire time in the conservation world, like we always talk about how to make the habitat better, how to, reduce the changes in habitat. But being in a developing country, our wildlife spaces are shared by people. And, it's by the time we don't involve the communities, conservation is a very challenging thing to do. And why we thought of involving community in the Guardians of the Skimmer program, because local communities stay on the bank of this river and they use this river on a day-to-day basis. So we knew that their support is essential if we want to do a long-term conservation. See, we might write some policy that water should be released on time, sand mining should not happen, but these are all policies that exist on the paper. But they doesn't get easily implemented. But if we have the support of the community members, there is a hope for the species. Also, when we go for monitoring, we probably monitor today and then we go back again tomorrow. But the community members can detect any kind of threats very quickly. Just imagine that if there is a mining troop that is approaching the sandbar, and if we have a community member who's working with us to protect this nesting colony, can inform about that thing. For an example, if the water level is rising because of the sudden release of water, the community members are there to inform every hourly what's happening there. Also, there are many examples in the country and worldwide that conservation is more effective when people who are directly sharing that spaces become partners on the conservation program. And when it is a shared responsibility, it also creates a very long-lasting stewardship. Because when we started, we just asked these people that, okay, fine, we need to protect this nesting colony. You sit on the bank of the river and make sure that nothing goes in. But we realized that, things changes when you really understand what are you protecting and what are you doing. If you don't make community members part of it and just provide some menial employment options by like gatekeeping the threats from the actual thing that they're protecting. It is not something that is very long lasting. Next. So what we did, we began by listening to the local community members. We just wanted to know that what they think about this species. Do they know that how the important species is, since when they have been seeing them? Because that's where the knowledge comes. We came in the system in 2016, but the birds have been there. The river has been there for ages, and the people have been staying here from generation. We also wanted to try to understand that how, their rights of using this river and the resources have been not identified. It's a protected area, and many protected areas in the country work like the area has been identified that it needs to be protected as a sanctuary or national park, but the only rights get identified in tiger reserves very easily because they're very important protected area. But in sanctuaries and national park, there is still pending rights identification of the people, and that's where some things are allowed, some things are not allowed. This discussion helped us to identify what are the key threats to the species that they have observed and what are the opportunities. The community members definitely provided a lot of local knowledge, and they decided that the protection measures can be developed jointly. So initially what we thought that, okay, let's guard the nesting colony, let's fence. There were a lot of things that we did not understand, like what's happening exactly, like will the fencing like this work, or they have a better strategy? And they were the one who helped us understand that, okay, the river changes every year like this, so this kind of fencing won't be possible. We should try some like for an example that they suggested, why not to try some electrocute fencing, keeping some of the predator away, because that helps in a better way rather than just keeping some loose fencing. And we tried to adapt the decisions to local realities and needs, because sometimes we just walk in a system and we have a preconceived notion about how we should direct things and how should conservation work, but every place is different and everything needs to be tailor-made as per the realities and needs of the community at the ground. Can you do the next slide? So what we did, we tried to do the community participation in action by not just making them protect the nesting colony from the bank, but we asked them that make them part of the survey, let them help the identify the breeding sites. We engaged them for seasonal employment. So we don't want it that the community members just provide the services free of cost. What we expect in many of the scenarios that there should be empathy and people should do it, which is fine, and there should be a behavior change. But since this work involves 24/7 guarding and monitoring the community, we thought that we will raise funds for providing them a seasonal employment. The villagers started reporting disturbance and emerging threats. For an example, that it happened in 22 that there was a dry season water release that happened because of the barrages need some construction work. But we were not aware of this discharge until some villager from the upstream informed about it. Also, the communities became active guardians of nesting. So, this was a network that started building. We started working with 3 people. They asked us, they informed us about that the birds are there at some other place also. Our relatives have informed, and then they informed us that, okay, there are these people who want to become part of this network and want to get themselves trained and be part of this program. And we conducted multiple awareness activities so that there can be encouragement for wider participation in this program. Next. Next slide. So, there are a couple of points and you will have to do repetitive next. So we thought the one thing that was lacking is just that people wanted to be part of this program, but there was a lack of local capacity because this is a very marginal community. The literacy rates are very low. So what we did is we started slowly to build the capacity of the local staff. Next. So we tried to train them on, bird identification techniques, of identifications of nest and all, because we don't wanted ourselves to be part of the monitoring program anymore, and we wanted the locals to lead it. Next. The community members learn monitoring techniques, not only just doing physically, but by using smartphones and uploading to the data on the WhatsApp groups. Next. And they contributed some of the very valuable field observations that we had missed because we were not 24/7 present at these nesting sites. And some predation by raptors, some predation by other bird species that we had not reported before, not reported by the community members. Next. And we saw that the local conservation skills were strengthened, not only for this species, but for an entire river system and other species that belongs on this. Next. And this knowledge, is now with the community beyond the project. It is not only for the time being period, but we know that even when we walk out of the system, this knowledge is going to be part of the community. Next. So I just wanted to show that how this resulted in, because if you see, we started the program in 2021. Since then, the bird population has ranged between 300 to 500 birds only, with going down, up, and it's quite undulating. But after the communities became part of this program, the population showed quite significant increase. And in 2025, there were more than 940 birds. And this year, when we finished the survey, there are more than 1,100 birds, which show a quite significant increase in the nest survival because of the involvement of the community members. Next. So, we thought of building the resilient communities because, we just don't want them to be just a beneficiary by having an employment, but actually thinking the species belongs to them, the river belongs to them, and they are the custodians of this thing. So we, as the moment we tried to involve them in decision-making process, we saw that the community members started taking ownership and taking pride in protecting the species and protecting the river. We saw that whenever we gave them any training and engagement skill, the capacity improved, but also we saw them that the confidence that came into them. There are some 5 to 6 members who are employed annually with us right now as field assistants and as community assistants rather than just who are seasonally employed as community assistants, guardians. And we see that this brings a very stewardship in them, and it's restricted just to the community members who are working, but also their family and their village members. And now this creates a lot of resilience that we know that when we move out of the system, this conservation ethics are still going to be in the community. Next. So the key lessons learned from us are like communities are the central for successful conservation, and local knowledge definitely improves the conservation planning that we missed before. And trust is built through long-term engagement. If I work this thing as a project of 2 years, there are a lot of things that get loosened up because people feel that, okay, there are a lot of people who move in the system there for 2 years, engage them, and then they move out, and that's a dead end. So we thought of having, this is the 10th year, as I said, so there's a long-term engagement. And providing seasonal employment was a very small investment that we started on the river system, but if you see the impact that it has created, it's very large. And the participation by the community members has led to a greater ownership and responsibility. Initially, it was a job for them that, okay, we were sitting here, we didn't allow anything, and we protected. They were not understanding that the impact that they're creating at a global level by this protection. Next. So I would just like to conclude by saying that conservation definitely succeeds when communities lead, not just participated. The species that we are working on, Indian skimmer, depends on healthy river system, and communities did play a very critical role in protecting its habitats. This case study is done at a very small scale, and we are planning it to expand it to other rivers. And we really wanted to, replicate the principles of participatory planning and sharing the ownership of conservation in other systems also. And communities and conservation goes hand in hand. People in this system got benefited by skimmers, and skimmers got benefited by the people. So I would just say that this is how conservation in a very highly human-dominated landscape should be practiced. Next. Yeah, thank you so much. And I hope I was in the time limit and I've not taken any extra time.
Thank you, ma'am, very much. Your presentation was very interesting, and it's always very refreshing to see presentations from other disciplines. So we, as architects, we always tend to look at architecture and its allied, fields. So it was very refreshing. I think the students have also enjoyed. We will now start with the question and answer session. I invite a moderator, architect Harshad Bhatia, to kindly join.
Thank you very much, Parveen, for that succinct presentation. You just didn't skim the surface. You actually went into the depths of it. I think it gives a lot of us inspiration to really look at conservation with a direct approach. Though we work with communities hand in hand, I think our heart should be also there. And I think that's what we can see in her work. I really have no questions, but anybody in the audience has any questions? Yes. She's given me all the answers.
Hello. Hi, good afternoon. I'm Hajel from Yashwantrao Chavan Center. My question to you is, when you were talking about communities helping for the conservation process, right? Did you also receive any government support or maybe support from institutions related to the government, and maybe they helped you in the entire process, or maybe they also initiated some plans for the community building, which also further led to the conservation? Is there any support from the government side?
Yeah, so the river that we are working on, it's a protected area which has protected by 3 states, Madhya Pradesh, Uttar Pradesh and Rajasthan. And, 3 state forest department obviously are part of this program, but the thing is we tried this thing to inform it to the forest department that this thing can be worked, and why don't you make this as a part of the management plan to take it forward, that you involve, at least protect selected nesting colonies by involving the community members. And we see that the change is, happening in the department. The program that we tried, the Rajasthan Forest Department has recently, tried and practiced the same conservation practices at their nesting colony in this season. They are, in fact, have expanded the same model to the Khadial conservation, which is a crocodilian species over here, to involve the community members in protecting the nesting habitat. So it is quite good to see that it is creating an impact. We recently were approached by the National Mission for Clean Ganga, which is the NMCG program of the Jal Shakti Ministry, to implement the same kind of conservation program. They funded us to implement it to the river Ganga and some part of the river Yamuna. So we definitely see that when, as a conservationist, we experiment something and we show the results, I think it is acceptable, and it is people really want you to upscale it.
Thank you. Any other questions? I have a suggestion. Yes, Malak.
Hello, I'm Malak Singh. I'm a student in landscape architecture doing my master's here at VESCOA. Wonderful presentation. I wonder if in this process of working out community participation, did you see either in this or other similar projects which you have done, a potent opportunity to tap into any cultural kind of practices which people might have? To tap into those cultural practices to help build the narrative or goodwill and, therefore get the support from the community in this process. Thank you.
Yeah, so thank you for this question. And, it is very important that you really take some part from the culture of the community staying on the, on the system wherever you do conservation. I'll give you classic 2 examples. One is about one of the species, Amur falcons. So these are the birds that migrate all the way, in a very large numbers, like in thousands, to Nagaland. And there was an incident that, and Nagaland, the communities were hunting these birds when they come to there, and they were hunting them in thousands. And I think so when the conservation community thought of, deciding a conservation strategy for this thing, they actually approached the church and they asked Father to find some stanza in the Bible that talks about conservation. And they really find out something, and every Sunday Mass, they actually started preaching about the Amur falcon conservation, and it changed completely. The hunting stopped, and in a lot of parts of Nagaland, it decreased in a large part of Nagaland. So that's how, the culture was taken into consideration. I will again give you one more example that we have seen at Chambal. So Chambal, the river being, so there are many of the preachers like Babas that preach a lot. Then there are disciples who follow them. And one of the nesting colony was very close to one of the temples, and he actually asked Maharaj to just, talk to the sand miners that these birds are important and, the nesting colony needs to be protected. And when we told them, they agreed with us. They agreed that, okay, by the time the birds are nesting, we will not excess the nesting sand. And we will let the chicks to fledge out. And we will just do all our activities after the chicks have successfully fledged out from that nesting colony. So it is very important to actually take into cultural or any temples or any kind of information that the locals provide, because these ideas were also shared to us by the community members that why don't you approach the Maharaj and talk to them, and if he preaches to the people might not extract sand from this nesting sandbar and it will be protected. So we definitely think, we definitely do connect with the culture, the community to actually, just tweak the conservation strategy.
Thank you. Thank you, Malak. Very relevant question. I have a suggestion. Parveen, I'm sure you've read the book Margin Lands by
Yes.
Aarti Kumar Rao. I think your presentation reminds me of that. It's got sketches also. And I think all the students and all the learners here, I think all of us should be going through that. It gives you a lot of food
Yes.
for thought that urbanism doesn't mean only urban areas. Remember that. Because I think our lifestyles are urban, but we may be living in the villages. Think it over. Thank you.
Thank you, Harshit sir. Thank you, ma'am. Now let's welcome our next speaker, architect Mayura Patil. Mayura Patil is an architect from the Academy of Architecture, Mumbai, and holds a master's degree in landscape architecture from the National University of Singapore. She has worked across private practice, academia, and the public sector in Singapore, and currently serves as a senior landscape architect with the National Parks Board, NParks, Singapore's lead government agency, which is responsible for greenery, biodiversity conservation, and the development of urban ecosystems under the City in Nature's vision. Her work involves contributing to landscape master plans, park designs, and landscape guidelines for both local and international projects. An active advocate for the landscape profession, Mayura has received numerous academic and professional recognitions, including multiple awards from the Singapore Institute of Landscape Architects, 2 Ministers' Awards from Singapore's Ministry of National Development, and the prestigious Young Landscape Architect of the Year Award. Please join me in welcoming architect Mayura Patil.
Thank you, Devi. Thank you, VESCOA, for giving me this invitation. Very happy to be here amongst all the speakers. I've been enjoying other speakers' presentations as well. So I'll jump right into the presentation. So before I talk about how NParks works with the community, I will touch base on how NParks has thought about all the public policies related to greenery in urban scenario so far. So, okay, let me... Okay, I hope you all can see my slides all well.
Yes, we can see your screen.
Okay, great. So this is a photo from 1970 where Singapore was more like looking at landscape from a point of view how the garden aspect of greenery could be brought in the city. And now if we see the city is developing towards not only developing gardens but bringing in ecology in our green spaces. This is one of the park connectors that was built in Singapore. Oh, sorry, just give me a second. Okay. And now if we see how it has been developed, it is, sorry, I have some problem sharing the screen. Okay, here we go.
Do you want us to share the PPT, ma'am?
Do you see it moving?
Yeah, we can see it.
Okay, great. Okay, so this is a park connector now that you see from the previous photo. Now we have a lot of vertical greenery all incorporated in the infrastructure of the city. So there are about 380 kilometers of park connector. Later on, I will talk about how small Singapore is, and then 380 kilometer will sound quite big. So initially in 1980s, parks were looked at as only for recreational purposes, but now we are looking at parks from more scientific point of view, how they can be more therapeutic for people. So apart from just being recreational, they are also ecological and therapeutic. This is one of my favorite parks. It's Bishanang Mukhya Park. You might have heard about it, those who are studying landscape architecture. So this is how the concrete canal through a park used to be. And now if you see, the function of the park, of the canal is still retained, but then we have added on the layer of ecology and community. And this is developed into a very lush park after naturalizing the canal. How Singapore could have easily gone behind concretization and it would have been just another city. They have consciously respected people, respected ecology, and then integrated all this right from the beginning of policy making. So you can read about how expensive cars are in Singapore, and that explains why there is more space for greenery and people to walk on the street. So giving a context of how small Singapore is, it is also called as a red dot because it can't really be seen on a global map. It's a small city, but a nation in itself. It's almost like half of the size of London, New York City, and Hong Kong. And it does have its own challenges considering it's a city and a nation. So there are housing challenges, of course, the business challenges. It's a port city, so that requires a lot of space as well. Of course, all the countries need their defense spaces. Airport takes a lot of space. Singapore being, they're trying to be fully independent of water usage. So water catchment takes a lot of space as well in the country. And yet it manages to, or it consciously decides to preserve culture and heritage, and of course the greenery and parks. And it also has a lot of sea nets considering all the ship movements going around the city as it is a port city. And of course, aquaculture also has some part of it. And then there are landfills. Where does all the trash that is generated in the city go? So we do need space in the sea for all these needs. And then the population is increasing. It's a very highly dense city. So talking about the population density, this was a study done by MIT Sensible City Lab. So that talks about comparison of different population densities of different cities and how the green coverage of these cities have been. And Singapore ranks very high in that. So it's pretty counterintuitive, like if the city is that small and if it has so many land needs as a country on its own, how does it still manage to increase the green coverage? So how Singapore get here? It's a complicated story. It's not that straightforward. So long ago, it was a very lush tropical swamp area in 1900s. The British came in, and then it started becoming a colony to take all the rubber plantation or gum beer or coffee plantation. So the core nature started getting disturbed, and the urban development started coming in. But Singapore had a very strong visionary leader at the beginning of planning of the whole city. So they came up with this idea of bringing in garden city evolution in the city. So the city was always planned to have more than enough or more than precedented green coverage in the city. So at the beginning, when Singapore was a developing city, of course, they did not have enough funds or enough money to right away go for planting or leaving green verges or just, planting up everywhere in the gardens or leaving that much of space. And yet they consciously understood that if they don't do it now, it's going to have a lot of adverse effects as the city grows, especially in the terms of the urban heat island effect, which was acknowledged by the leaders back then, about 50 years ago. And the other thing that they looked at greenery from the point of view of if it's not green, they're probably going to lose investment that's coming in the city. So these were the two core reasons why Singapore took greenery very seriously in the urban planning. So there were nature reserves demarcated right from the beginning, and these nature reserves are also protecting the water catchment area that is used for drinking water in the country. So right from the beginning, they started greening up the infrastructure. These are very old photos, so you can see they're not that clear. Then the leader also looked at making sure, sorry, I hear an echo. Yeah, so the leader also looked at using gardens or using parks as a social leveler. So initially during the British colonization time, the gardens or the parks were kind of limited to certain areas where the rich or the elites of the society were living. And the leader made sure that these public parks are approachable and accessible by all throughout the country. And this was also the time when the early community engagement started shaping up the city policy and planning. Later on, as Singapore's urban development started evolving, it started growing, but the core of maintaining and making sure the whole greenery aspect of it is maintained was quite strong. So this was a time when Singapore started creating more recreational nodes, and as well as making sure that each household has at least one park or a green linkway that is 10 minutes walk away from their house. So this was a massive move towards greening up the entire city. And this was also the time where NParks started coming up with a lot of programs to make sure different age groups and different special needs people are also involved in the community master planning of the whole city. So now Singapore started going more towards, although this was city in garden, they still started talking about rewilding. So rewilding was not a new concept for Singapore. It was already tried in some European countries, how rewilding brings not only ecological benefits, but benefits for people. So Singapore started trying it out along the streetscape planting, also the vertical, also for the skyrise greenery. But of course, like any other city, Singapore does feel the new challenges that are coming up for climate change as well as the increasing urbanization. So we have come up with a new policy that is city in nature. So we don't call Singapore a city in garden anymore, but it's a city in nature. So it talks about creating climate resilience, ecological resilience, and social resilience by the means of the way we plan our green spaces in the city. So the first strategy of greening the city that we are focusing on is extending the existing nature park networks that we have so that people are brought closer to the nature, but at the same time, the core nature habitats are preserved and not disturbed. Then we are also looking at intensifying the nature in our gardens and parks. So if you visit any or if you read about any parks in Singapore, they won't look like the parks that you will see in, for example, in France. So they are very naturalistic and they are very consciously curated to be naturalistic, but at the same time, there is space for fauna as well as for people. So we have to find a balance of managing that naturalistic aesthetic as well as creating real ecological habitats that will invite the fauna in our urban parks. Okay, we are also strengthening the restoring nature into urban landscape part, where the policies and the incentives are kind of encouraging the private developers to bring in more and more skyrise greenery or vertical greenery in the urban system. So the benefits of vertical city, we look at it not only as a climate resilience point of view, where it kind of cools down the building, or ecological resilience, where it attracts fauna if it is designed that wisely, but it also plays a very strong role in social resilience. So we have developed a lot of community gardens on top of the parking lots, where the community can come together, they get to know their neighbors, and it acts also as a place where they can try out food production. So Singapore being a small city, the the property prices are extremely high. So not many people have access to a balcony or a terrace where they can grow their own food. And many of it subject for some of the year 1, year 2 students maybe, but you can read more about it like when you get more time. So this kind of a modeling was used for GIS purposes, where we try to come up with pathways that will be the easiest for terrestrial animals to cross from one habitat to another habitat. So considering it's a very urban area, then there are very few spaces where the animals can actually commute from one nature habitat to the other. And why they need to do that, it's either for food or for mating or for finding water. So we do have to connect, we try to connect as many habitats as possible, even if these habitats are created and not necessarily all natural. So this modeling was overlaid on the whole map of the country to analyze which would be the ecological corridors that will serve not only terrestrial. Terrestrial is a lot difficult to connect, but especially avifauna. So we use that method and that modeling to understand where our nature corridors could be established, and which are called as nature ways that connect different parks and habitats. But this is all about how we make green spaces, but then how do we convert these green spaces into places in nature? So this is where our community comes in play. Everyone has a role to play. So the community has two types of connections with NPark. So one is the software part, where we have a lot of programming for the community to be part of this greenery and part of this city in nature policy. And the hardware part, where the community actually spends time co-creating parks or tree planting or habitat enhancement efforts, where they come on ground to help us to achieve the city nature goals. So where it all began is quite interesting. In 1938, 1987, about that, there is a area in Singapore where a group of bird experts started observing some very unique migratory birds. So they came up with a report and they submitted it to government, asking that instead of building a fishing or aquaculture area in that whole place, can you convert it into a conservation area? So this group of people, all the experts, they were not necessarily their full-time job, but they were doing it as a passion or as a volunteering work. They are equivalent to what BNHS is for us. And they went to the government, fought for it, and they managed to convert this part of the of Singapore into a nature park, which was open to public in 1993. It is about an 87-hectare big nature park. Again, if you scale it to how small Singapore is, it's a very big area. So now in 2003, it was named as an Asian heritage. It got recognized as an ASEAN Heritage Park in 2003. A lot of unique migratory birds are observed here. And this is how it looks like, where we are bringing more and more people, activating it more, so that without disturbing the migratory pathways of the birds that are stopping by. And we still have volunteers that still conduct a lot of projects and programs for people who are visiting this park. So it still goes on. Okay, then I'll run through some of the other activities that we have. Each of the park in Singapore, especially the bigger parks, have a specialized group that kind of takes an ownership of that park. So if they want to come up with any programming, or if they want to make any changes to the park, these are the people who become the voice for the park. We also have a lot of therapeutic horticulture activities, which are many a times in collaboration with nursing homes or horticulture specialists who come down to our parks. So our parks become a facilitating space for these different groups to work together for therapeutic benefit that comes from horticulture activities. And then we also have a lot of programs to invite and attract youngsters to come and help us on the ground, especially for conservation efforts. So this photo is from a marine biodiversity observation group. So that falls under this program called a citizen science, where the people can just volunteer for different scientific activities with the government. And yeah, so we do have programs and different initiatives for different age groups, right from the schools, as well as this one program called Youth Stewards for Nature. I find it a very interesting program where the youngsters can sign up for this program and they can work with us. For example, if you would like to know what landscape architects actually do, then you can join us as a like for 1 or 2 months to try out how whether you like the field or no, or whether like how you can integrate the landscape aspects of it in your career or in your school. So that gives them a kind of an exposure to different things that NParks does, and we get to learn from them as well. And we also have a lot of cool events in the park to make sure our parks are liked by everyone. So we do give a lot of importance to ecology, but we also make sure these spaces are kind of bringing people together where they can celebrate different things, different events. And most of our parks are very popular, especially for events. Okay, then we try to come up with unique programming depending on either the cultural aspect of that particular park, or if there is any history related to that park, or if during any community engagement, if people have come up with any memory of that park that they would like to be incorporated in the programming now. Okay, so how we do the partnership with the community is we do have different programs like Community in Bloom, where the experts from NParks go on ground to let people know how the horticulture, they kind of basically just transfer the horticulture knowledge to the communities on ground. We also get communities help in habitat enhancement. So they also come on ground to plant trees many a times, which is almost every weekend. So this was a policy, kind of an initiative started under City in Nature to plant 1 million trees. Again, 1 million trees may sound very small for India scale, but it is huge for Singapore. So the community was involved in co-designing how the planting could be done for trees. It's often invited for tree planting, and then they're also invited in special programs such as propagating some of the native tree saplings. So they are educated while we have these collaborative efforts between them.
Hi, Mayura. Sorry to interrupt. You have 5 more minutes.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
So I'll wrap this up. How we do the partnering with the community is we go with this framework that we use for usual community engagement. So the first is exploring. This is where the community comes on ground and tries to tell us how they would like to create this project. Empathize is where we bring in more focus group to understand about their memories, their expectations from the project, and also this is a smaller scale group where one-on-one sessions happen and they're more comfortable sharing what they may not be able to or may not be comfortable sharing on bigger public platforms. Okay, then we take all this information and their expectations to drawing boards, and then we again go back to them. We put this out again back to the community to get their feedback on the design, and if there are any things that they would like to do more. We also have some projects where we do the envisioning exercises together. So this is an old photo where the preschoolers and the school teachers came together to tell us how they would like our public parks to be designed in terms of more naturalizing our playgrounds and not really using only the composite playgrounds. So now we have moved on to AI and VRs, but this still remains very close to heart for many of us, and we still use this way of communicating and envisioning some of the parks together with the community. And then before we execute, we again put it back to the community if they have any strong recommendations, suggestions, or problems before the project begins. Okay, so we do co-design, co-construct, co-landscape, co-maintain with the community. So we have different aspects of involving community to our projects. This was one project that we did. I won't go in detail as we are running out of time, but you can read more about how we co-designed, co-constructed, and how the community is maintaining some of the public spaces. It's all in this document called Building Community Resilience. So you can read more about that. And then, of course, our community comes up with different ideas how they would like to create unique identity for different parks. So we do have cultural heritage, some natural heritage. This was also a project close to my heart where the community asked to build a neighborhood park under the flyover. and they came up with different unique programming that they wanted. So getting community involved also gives us a lot of unique programming that we may not have thought from our own expertise. And of course, we use habitats and natural history of the space and how we can recreate habitats that were completely lost during urbanization. We try to bring it back to the city so that not only for the educational purposes, but also so that we bring some of the fauna back to the city. So yeah, this is how it would have been. Now this is, you can see the transition of how the green verges are transitioning more towards naturalistic landscapes now. So just wrapping up with a couple of slides. So this is just downstairs of my office, and you may wonder why this red and white tape was there. And then slowly we started all these people flocking there with their big cameras trying to take a photo. If you observe, this is just next to a very busy street, vehicular street, and all they were looking at is this tiny nightjar baby. So yeah, I think that is what all NParks efforts have been, is finding a balance between humans and wildlife, nature and planning. So this bird coming to any of the parks is, it's not just a fluke, or it's not because Singapore always had these very rich natural habitats, but it's because it had a very long-term vision of bringing these fauna back to the city. After many years. So it's a lot of years of work, a lot of hard work, a lot of expertise from different sectors of work of people, and especially working with the community and hearing them. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mayura, for showing us excellent examples of projects from NParks. Now we'll move to the question and answer segment. I invite Architect Harshad Bhatia to join.
Thank you, Mayura. I'm opening it for questions from the students. Singapore, you all have inspiring, isn't it? Very different in terms of geography, in terms of culture, in terms of governance. Correct, Mayura?
Yes, absolutely, sir.
I think it all starts from there. Where there's a will, there's a way. And I think Singapore shows that. So if we want to be like Singapore, then we need to start from there, up there. That's really the crux of it. And participatory planning should happen from up there. I think what NParks is doing is wonderful. There's just one thing, I think this last slide of yours, instead of the word balance, I think you should use the word equilibrium.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Because I think if you're in a rural or if you're in the indigenous areas, they live with nature. So there they live with balance with nature. And in cities, in an urban situation, there's always a dynamic entity which is there, which you got to adjust with. So you're always learning equilibrium in that status. And I think if you all remember yesterday's keynote speaker's talk, he showed about eyes on the street, you know, the Indian way, where people are watching you going by. In India, I'm just drawing a parallel to vertical vegetation. You find a banyan tree, you find a peepal tree growing out of a building facade. Our culture is such that nobody wants to touch it because it will probably say that, some this thing will fall on you. So I think we also have green cities here. We have green vertical greens, but they are nature coming and building. So there's a book, I don't know whether you all are aware of, called Ecology of Walls. It's all about algae and fungi and all that, which you see on compound walls after monsoon. So this is by, I think, Arnold Darlington, 1981 book. Very interesting book. I think those type of books will be good for Indian understanding how nature also is taking its own shape and growing in cities without us trying to do anything about it. And our culture is such that we let it be. So economy, ecology, living in equilibrium over here. Any questions? Yes, Digbijoy.
Hello.
Hello.
So my question is, so you actually given up a very wonderful presentation, and you just showcase everything, whatever Singapore has done. My question is about the flyway. Like during 2000, the EAF, Eastern Asian and Australian flyway, which was going through the Singapore, because Singapore is basically known as the pit stop for the birds, migratory birds. So in this last decade, we found a lot of disruptions in terms of the flyways through Singapore. So what Singapore is doing to restore those flyways, because from Singapore, birds are going to Africa, savanna, then it is going towards Western Asia, as well as China. Due to this rapid urban growth in the center of Singapore, so those disruptions comes and birds have started limiting their visits to Africa and all those areas, and they started limiting their locations. So as a pit stop, what Singapore is doing, that is my first question. And my second question is, as we know, now there is a big mega project is going on in Singapore about the eastern seawall, which Singapore is doing. As we know, in traditional sea walls, a lot of disruptions happen in marine ecosystem, because instead of soft bed or soft edge, we are introducing hard edge on the periphery of the boundary or in the threshold of land and water. So what kind of considerations you are maintaining for those sea walls to make it more better for the marine ecosystem, as well as the this intertidal ecosystem which is happening there in the eastern part? So yeah, these are the two questions which I try to see.
Okay. Yeah, thanks, Sigvajay. These are really great questions. It shows that you have been reading well. So for your first question, I would say, although Singapore is a pit stop for the migratory birds along the flyway, it is still comparatively small as where their habitats have been. So if you read how Indonesia and Malaysia also plays a role in it, it's a complete ecosystem altogether. So Singapore is part of it. And then over the years, if we observe, although Singapore is a very urbanized area, since the establishment of or noticing this flyway, Singapore has not drastically reduced any of the nature ways or the habitats. So the habitats have been as it is. In reverse, in recent last few months, Singapore has observed some of the migratory birds flying to Singapore, which they had never noticed before or they were never recorded before. So one thing the scientists are saying is it could be because along this flyway, the bigger nature habitats that they were reliant on are getting disturbed. So there were instances where the predatory birds started flying to Singapore to find like a place to stop over before they go. But this pit stop was not really enough for them. So the entire ecosystem of Singapore is not that big for the predatory birds, or as we don't have any predatory terrestrial animals as well, to sustain that. So eventually, the scientists had to intervene, and if you can read more about it, how the conservationists started stepping in to support their nesting areas. But it's not enough. It will be just a handful of birds that they can take care of if the entire ecosystem is not really supporting them, especially the predatory birds. So there are limitations what Singapore can do, and that also leads me to your second question. There are limitations what Singapore can do. As I've been highlighting again and again, it's a very small country, and that is the reason why it cannot be real. It's apples and oranges to compare it with any big city. We cannot compare it with India or China. These are different problems and completely different set of parameters that these countries have to play around. So Singapore's, going back to your seawall along the eastern coast, a lot of it is not yet out in public, but I will let you read that soon. It will be out in public how we are designing that. But why we are designing that is something that the countries can take a learning from. So Singapore has been talking about climate resiliency or how the seawater level rise will affect the cities right from 1990s. So 1990s is I mean, it's too long far back for the government officers to acknowledge what the scientists are saying, and that is something I think we all can learn from. And how we come up with the solutions will be very different than how they should be done for other countries. If as Singapore does not have space, their solutions for example, sea level rise will be very different than a country that has space to grow urbanization landwards or even completely move the cities if need be. If you read about how Jakarta moved away from, or how Indonesia moved their capital away from Jakarta, these countries can do that, but Singapore has very strong limitations. So it cannot be a complete an example that we can learn 100% and apply in other countries, but it's more of understanding how the government is listening to the scientists before we see the results. So this is 100 years planning, and the plans are already in motion, assuming that in 100 years what the scientists are saying is going to be true. So we have to just, I think that's quite remarkable that the government takes note of all the scientific data that's going on, and foresees that every planning decision that is taken on table on within the government agencies is all for the next 100 years. So we never plan for 5 years, 10 years, or 20 years. It's all in 50, 100 years. So I think that is something we should learn about. And coming back to your ecological point of view, of course, ecology will be disturbed. Even without an interruption, it is going to be disturbed with the rising sea level. So it's not that if we don't do anything, it's going to be the same. But with the new seawalls and the new reclamation plans, of course, ecology will also be at the core of it. We already have EIAs happening, considering that the giant seawall or the giant reclamation project will be affecting the existing ecology as well. So we do have EIA reports that will be published out in public. So yeah, I mean, I see you're reading well, so that's really good. So do keep an eye out for how Singapore develops it, and trying to, I will say, yeah, it's not even a balance, as Sir said. So trying to find kind of a way ahead of all this. Yeah, I hope I answer your question.
Yes, I think he's quite clear about that. So just to remind you again about yesterday's, Singapore is an example of that 10% is design, 20% is the execution with quality, 30% is civic sense, and 40% is enforcement. And I think Singapore reflects almost 99% of what we are saying here. Correct? Am I right, Mayura?
Yes, sir, that's true.
I thought you would add that 1% and make it 100%.
No country is perfect. Singapore is learning as well. I remember there was a report talking about happiness quotient a few years ago, and Singapore rated quite low. And they sincerely worked on the policies, trying to understand why people are unhappy. So I won't go in detail with that, but that the government is always listening, especially to numbers. So
I think
we need a great governance.
I think next conclave you could probably talk on that,
Absolutely, would love to.
So, happiness quotient from the local people is different from happiness quotient from the tourists and visitors. So,
Absolutely.
That's why this thing was low, because it wasn't tourists and visitors who were talking about Singapore. The enforcement part is very strict. And that also matters a lot. I think you got to live within this thing. The way we discipline you in college, just imagine. Okay?
Yeah, but that also gives a lot of efficiency, and Singapore. I haven't been to any city that is as efficient as Singapore, to be very honest. So that comes with a lot of discipline. Yeah. But once you get the discipline, you also have freedom to enjoy the happiness and enjoy the life as well. So it's not all bad, I would say.
All in the same boat, Nobody has that upper hand over there. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mayura. Thank you, Harshit sir. We have the last speaker for the session 3 of our conclave, Professor Anita Gokhale Benenja. Professor Anita is a founder, trustee, and executive director of Center for Development Studies and Activities and professor of Sustainable Development Planning. As urban and regional planner and sustainable development professional, teacher, and researcher, she has taught at various premier national institutions in India. She was an advisor to the Planning Commission, Government of India, the Royal Government of Bhutan, the Government of Sri Lanka, various state governments in India, the World Bank, and various agencies of the United Nations such as UNICEF, FAO, the UNDP, and UNCHS. Her present work includes the QCM, Quantified Cities Movement, and QCM DRR, Quantified Cities Movement for Disaster Risk Reduction, with a focus on children participating in decision-making process, supported by UNICEF, Pune Riverfront Development, with HCP Limited as local partners. She is a member of the jury for the Times of India and JSW Earth Care Awards. She also designs and conducts training for the Village Social Transformation Mission of the Maharashtra Chief Minister. We are very happy to have you here, ma'am. Please join.
Thank you very much, everybody. I am happy to be here. I think the presentations before me, you can use them as examples of the things that I'm going to talk about today. I'm going to talk about the conceptual, we need to have conceptual clarity about all the terminology that we are using. Can you start the presentation, please? It's there? Okay. So, underlying concepts, it's, it's something that we have to, all of us have to be on the same page. Then we can discuss, and then we can come to consensus, and then we can move forward. So, please give the next one. What is the problem? Yes. We are talking about making our cities resilient. If I want to, I can change the slide, or you please change it yourself. Yeah, I'm not very good at it. So I think we need to understand the difference between urbanization, urban development, and urban growth. I think we are confused about the three concepts, and we use them interchangeably. So what is urbanization? It's a process of improvement in the quality of life. In urban development means increasing the spread of that urbanization to more settlements. But urban growth is a process by which the population of an urban area grows. This is what is happening to us. I don't think we are really urbanizing. What we are doing is we have like inflation of money, we have inflation of population coming into our cities. And next one, please. So civility is one of the most basic concepts in urbanity. You know, if you are urban, do you know where the word urban comes from? Anybody? No. Urban comes from, there were two cities in Mesopotamia called Ur, and the other one was called Urs, Urs. And these cities, also our Indus Valley civilization, you can see that what these cities had, very important consideration of the people who were living there. The basic thing they were looking at was health. So they were involved in sanitation, hygiene, water supply management, garbage management, and town planning. These were the 5 elements that these cities had. They were rather large settlements, over 200,000, 300,000 people in those days. This is like maybe 3,000 years back. And so that is how they survived and lived. Actually, we know that the Indus Valley civilization was a victim of climate change. and because of the floods, it disappeared. But this is what urbanization is about. We have to have cleanliness, sanitation, hygiene. We have to have neatness, management of our waste, and water supply. Now, do you think that we are doing this today? In how many of our human settlements, urban local bodies, how many of them have closed gutters? Do you know that in those days, they used to take it through pipes, earthenware pipes, and they used to supply water through earthenware pipes and take away the wastewater through earthenware pipes. And today we have open gutters, I think, all of Maharashtra except for Pune, Bombay, parts of Nashik, parts of even Thane, etc., we have open gutters. So are we urbanizing? We have 50% of our people living in Zopadpattis. Do you think they have access to sanitation, hygiene, water supply, clean air, any of these things? We did a little study of Dharavi, and we found that there is one toilet for 1,400 people in Dharavi. Then they will say our people defecate outside. Where are they supposed to defecate if you have got one toilet for 1,400 people? So this whole idea that India is urbanizing, that India is shining, that India is doing XYZ, I think we need to come to terms with the reality before we can move ahead. So I think this is what it is. So they end up becoming an urban villager by forming a village inside the city, not engaged in primary activities but in tertiary activities requiring mostly physical labor. They are garbage collectors, they are sweepers, they are all the work. I don't think it really qualifies as a tertiary activity. Though because it's a service activity, it is called tertiary, and it's not. It doesn't need any big level of skill. There is no value addition by processing. So that is where we are. Okay, next one, please. Thus, communities from the areas of urban growth are not part of the process of urbanization. Okay, and we can go ahead, go on. Okay, what is a community? That is the other question. That India is, I think, one of the most fragmented society in the world. And we need to come to terms with that we are a fragmented society. So what is a community? Community is a common interest group. They have common interests. So where people come together because they have a perception of a common identity and common interest. This is a process of socialization, and it is called peer group formation. Have you heard of this, peer group formation? Okay, so I will go a little bit in detail. Each peer group is formed on the basis of a shared bloodline and or shared belief systems. So they overlap and interact where necessary, but there are boundaries. So the first peer group is what? Our kinship peer group. Our immediate family, our extended family's relatives. A girl gets married into a family, then her family also becomes part of the kinship group. So the first place where we come together and start forming a community, a common interest group, is called kinship. The second one is worship. That means religion or value system. So if you are a member of the Communist Party, that is as good as being in a worship group. Or if you are a member of the BJP, that is also as good as being a worship group. And if you are a Hindu, Muslim, Christian, Sikh, whatever, that is also a worship group. So this is number 2. Kinship, then worship. Please move on. I've given it a little bit. Yeah. The third one is work. See, today, all of us sitting here, we are part of the work peer group. We are in a very similar profession, or our professions overlap. So this is a work peer group. That's why somebody asked me, why are you calling it a conclave? And I said, that's because all of us have similar interests and we are going to be together. And the last one is play, which is interacting with each other, forming a group, because we want to enjoy together. So recreation, sports, maybe some people like to act in plays. So these are not groups, there are boundaries in these groups, but they are not closed. Please go to the next one. They interact with each other, they overlap. And so this is how you have an integrated identity. So a community, a feeling of belonging, a community is what? A feeling of belonging into that particular group. And it comes from all the hats that we wear. Food habits, different kinds of things. So it's an integrated identity. So, okay, next one. Now what is resilience? That is another thing. It's understood in many different ways. But I think all of us, if we are talking about building resilient cities, we should come on the same platform. We must understand it in a very similar way so that we can have discussions. So a community which can withstand man-made, such as war, or natural adversity, and use their resources, including their mental strength, to not just survive but thrive, can be called a resilient community. Generally, a community with strong networking, not just within their own peer group, but across peer groups, becomes resilient. I think the Chambal example is a very good example. You can apply actually all the 4 presentations that we saw before this and take them as examples of various things that I'm talking, the concepts. So they were talking there, this was a work peer group, right? And then what did they do? They went across, started talking to, interacting with the community. That community was not a work peer group. What kind of a peer group was it? They were probably related, must have been a kinship peer group. That is my feeling. And then they started working together. So they merged together in the interest of achieving something, or saving the birds, of whatever we want to do. We having a joint aim. Please, next one, please. Okay, next one. What is planning? This is a question everybody talks about planning, but it's a very simple thing actually. It's a document which articulates in a systematic manner the following: goals, priorities, action dimensions, spatial dimensions, and participants in the process with their roles, responsibilities, and the kind of organizational arrangement through which they will work. It's a very simple thing actually, planning. It's not like a big rocket science. Go to the next one, please. What is it? It articulates a logical system of choices. And once these choices are made, it articulates how to carry out the necessary functions to bring about the necessary impacts. Okay, it is an instrument of facilitation. So the first one presentation, the Chambal presentation, they planned. They decided, they collected information, they planned, and then they decided how to use it, empowered participation, and resource power. Resources were also local people who they mobilized to work with them. Okay. It also acts as an instrument for negotiations between different groups of participants to help arrive at consensus decisions, the purpose and nature of which is known to all the participants. Okay, the next one, please. Why participatory planning? So they were all talking about involving the community to get the required results. If the community rejects it, it doesn't happen. No matter what the government does, no matter what an NGO does, however devoted they may be, if the community doesn't believe, it doesn't work. Okay, so that is very important. The other thing is, we must understand that our government is not a parental provider protector or Mai Baap Sarkar. That is the problem with us, our community as Indians. That we are not able to get out of our feudal mindset of government being the Mai Baap Sarkar. They are supposed to give us everything. They are supposed to protect us. We are not supposed to do anything for ourselves, right? One of the schemes that I think one needs to look at is this Ladki Bahin scheme. of the government of Maharashtra. What was the purpose of that scheme? Win elections, right? By offering a bribe in cash, not in kind, in cash. It was not called a bribe because it was a government decision, but it was a bribe nevertheless. Whose money was being spent? Our money. Did they consult us? That can they use this money for this purpose? No. So what has started happening is they have taken the role of Mai Baap Sarkar because we have given it to them. After we vote, we don't make our representatives accountable to whatever they are doing, whatever promises they have made. I think these days I see a lot of stuff saying that if they don't come up, fulfill their promises, then they should be kicked out and they should not be allowed to fight elections, and all kinds of things are coming these days on Instagram and on Facebook and things like that. So I think people have started waking up a little bit that all these false promises that are coming, we are not getting anything in our way. Okay. The elected representatives must be aware and accept that they must work together with the people who they represent. They are trustees of the decision-making power delegated to them by the people, and it is their moral and legal duty not to use this power to fulfill their personal desires or for communal appeasement, but must use this power with public consent to ensure that people get their normative entitlements like water supply, like sewage, like drainage, like roads, like education, like healthcare, all of our normative entitlements. They have to do this, make sure that we have a better quality of life. Next, please. Can we go to the next one? Okay. Irresponsible use, I think I have talked about this. This Ladki Bahin thing. Do you know that 80 lakh women lost their Ladki Bahin status? After the election was won, within 2 or 3 months, they went through a big process of identification who were eligible and who were not eligible. And 80 lakh women were suddenly not eligible. And then they became very insecure, actually. Okay, so this is something that all of us understand. Okay, next one. Participatory planning, what is it? Is a joint process where all the stakeholders, namely citizens, elected representatives, government administration, and NGOs, prepare a plan to achieve their joint goal. Essentially, it's a process of discussion, negotiations, and consensus. And that's exactly what we saw in the first two examples. Okay, what is participation? And can't participation take place without empowerment? What is empowerment? Are there levels, degrees of participation? Yes, there are levels and degrees of participation. You can start, there are two basic things, passive and active. And empowerment is, your strength that you get through knowledge created by knowledge, skills, and sensitivities, and the freedom to exercise the strength to make a choice. So I think yesterday my son gave a presentation on data collection, quantified cities movement, right? So what was he talking about? He was saying we have to have real information from the ground, collected by us, very dependable, not some faltu information that is given to us. And that information strengthens us, it empowers us, because it tells us, it's knowledge, right? And we have to have the skill to analyze that information and to make correlations and to find out how to use it. And we have to have the sensitivities to decide how best to use that knowledge, the skills. So if we have that, we are empowered. Okay, next one, please. So this is passive participation. This is in the Pune Municipal Corporation. Okay, so passive engagement limits community members to the role of observers or beneficiaries, restricting their leverage over development outcomes and strategic paths. I mean, restricting, I think we have no, what can I say? We have had in Pune, we have all these, we have a movement called the Green Pune movement. Okay, and there are huge number of people, 350 NGOs. So when we decided that we don't want construction on our hills, 90,000 people objected in the due process of town planning, preparing the development plan, and we objected to having construction on the hills. And because we were not just passive, or we were not just merely attending or we were not beneficiaries, we were able to actively, the next slide please, actively we were able to stop construction on the hills. Even today, our law says that there will be no construction on the hills where the gradient is more than 1 in 5. All the hills in Pune, they are reserved for a biodiversity park. Of course, people are against it, especially builders who have made speculative investments. Government is against it because they are hand in glove with the builders, and they all want to remove it. So the current chief minister says, actually he's the one who passed it in 2015. Now he says that he will give 15% construction he will allow. So that also we'll tell you how to take care of it. Okay, the next one. What are the instruments of empowerment? One is knowledge, sensitivity, skills, but next one, please. Okay. We have two very important instruments for us to use, legal instruments. One is the Constitutional Amendment Act, the 73rd Constitutional Amendment Act, which deals with rural areas, and the 74th Constitutional Amendment Act, which deals with urban areas or urban local bodies. Actually, I would suggest that why not circulate the whole thing, my presentation to everybody, instead of my going through each and every. But very important, this is the 73rd Act, 11th schedule, mandates a 3-tier system of rural self-governance and empowers citizens through participatory democracy, saying that every plan, every scheme that happens in the village must be presented to the Gram Sabha. There are 2 meetings of the Gram Sabha. One is on 2nd October, the other one is on 15th August. The dates are fixed. And what is the Gram Sabha? It is the entire voter public of the village. And if they okay it, only then that scheme goes through. Okay, this is the 74th CAA, which has handed power to the citizens for decision making, participating in the decision making process. They may not participate in making the plan, but they have the right to reject it if it is not appropriate to their context. So this is a very strong tool that we have. 74th CAA also, please next one. 74th CAA, Gram Sabha, go to the next one. 74th CAA gives us, there are 12th schedule, the 73rd as 11th schedule. 12th schedule tells what are the activities, including town planning, ecological development, forest, urban, everything. You can read it for yourself. Next one, please. Okay. Article 243S. ULBs have the authority to establish localized committees to decentralize power down to the neighborhood levels. Not just authority, they have to do it, it is mandatory. Wards committees. So they have to have wards committees with municipalities with a population of 3 lakhs and more, and they manage grassroots administrative issues, and they are the ones who are supposed to make decisions about what happens. So when we were able to save the hills, we went through many ward committee meetings we went. And we talked to the people, we were there, and we explained why we are saying there should be no construction on the hills, that these are watersheds, that these are, our climate, microclimate controllers, all those kinds of things. We gave some 5-6 points, and they liked it. And they all went and objected, and 90,000 people, this brought a huge pressure on the government. So Mr. Kalmadi was at that time in charge of our corporation, I mean Congress party was, and he asked me to come. I was a member of the planning committee. He asked me to come, and I said, this is the reason, this is why I'm saying it. So he said, well, Anita, we were thinking of giving 15% construction, which is what the current chief minister is also saying. So I said, Saab, of course, it's your prerogative. It's your government. You are elected, right? So you can throw my report in the garbage. And then he said, but I said, see, 90,000 people means at least 180,000 votes. Every house will have 2 votes, minimum. Plus their friends, their extended families, kinship groups, worship groups, all of those that they can influence. So it could go to 3 lakhs. And that is something that he understood very well. And he said, no, we'll pass it. And then we made him take credit for it. So he says, I'm giving the green DP to Pune. You know? So yes, we can do things. Okay, the next one, please. Okay, this is very important, relationship to the state government. See, every time the state government will stop from doing things. This, our biodiversity park, they stopped for 10 years. It was in abeyance for 10 years, till 2015. From 2005, our local body passed it twice in 2005, and it went to the state government for ratification, and they didn't ratify it till 2015. They sat on it because they thought they will tire us out. But we kept persisting, and then it passed. Same thing. So what is very important is they are only an enabling authority. This constitutional amendment has given us a lot of power, which most of us are not aware of. And I would urge you, especially the students also, everybody else, to go through it very carefully. If you like, I can send a note on it to you and you can circulate it. But we all need to empower ourselves with this knowledge, that we are not doing it just out of, like somebody is very nice to us and they're listening to us. No, no, no. They have to listen to us. It is our power. It is our right. And unless we exercise that right, it has no value. Okay, the next one. This is another participatory act that we have. I don't know how many of you know this, the Maharashtra Regional and Town Planning Act of 1966. Patrick Geddes, when he formulated the act in 1915, he was a person who believed in participation. He was an earth scientist actually, and by choice he became a social scientist. Do you know that he started the sociology department of Bombay University? He was the head of the department of sociology in Bombay University. Did he have any degrees or anything for that? No. Just what he believed, what he knew, and the Bombay University, the Bombay governor said, yes, let's start this. So that's how your department in Bombay was started. So, you know this, green belt, etc. I don't think your eco-urbanism actually starts with the Town Planning Act. I think the Town Planning Act, unfortunately, has been reduced to FSI, land values. I don't think anybody is thinking about anything else that's in the act, unfortunately. But it's a very strong act. And we used it because we were doing the development plan. So this is the act under which we could do a lot of things, ensure that a lot of things happen. Okay, go to the next one, please. These are the sections in the MRNTP Act. 14, 22, 25, 26, 27, 28, and 29. These sections give us participatory powers. Please study the Act. If you study town planning, it's worth going through it and understanding what powers it gives us. We really need to understand it, and we really need, when we talk to government bureaucrats, see, we are not talking to the ministers normally. We are not talking really to the decision makers. We are talking to the executive, the bureaucracy. And they are also well read and they understand the law because they have to learn it. I taught at Mussoorie for 5 years as a visiting faculty, and I know what they are taught, the syllabus, etc. So they're very smart people. But we also have to show that we also know, so that we discuss with each other on a level playing field. If we go as if we are looking for a boon from them, then it's a big problem. If we go with empowerment, understanding, knowledge, etc., I think it becomes a discussion. It becomes a negotiation. And it becomes a consensus. So in Pune, we were able to do it in many places. Small vignettes. Like they wanted to make a road on our canals for cars. So we said, no, we don't want a road, we don't want any cars going through here. What we want is a walking track. So we have a walking track, it's called Hirvai Garden. We had to fight, but our commissioner that time, Mr. Pardeshi, Praveen Siva Pardeshi, we were able to discuss with him. And he liked it and he said, yeah, let's make it a walking, jogging, cycling track. So it can happen, small things, no doubt, but they do happen and they definitely make a change to the city's livability. And if our city has to be resilient, then we have to be resilient. Cities don't become resilient unless people are resilient. And our resilience has to do with not just coming out of adversity, but taking positive action, having the strength to take positive action to make things better, to improve things, to go ahead. Okay, the next one, please. I think okay. I don't know if you know DCR and town planning schemes. These are the primary instruments of implementation for a development plan. I think, again, we need to understand the power of these two instruments. So DCR, actually, the main element of DCR for built environment is supposed to control the land use, right? The main element is natural environment is to protection and conservation and of natural environment and built environment. This is the ratio that you are supposed to do the work in. So vertical gardens, 1 minute. Vertical gardens, yes, it comes to 40%. But those vertical, I don't know if you know, but we need our normative entitlement for clean air is 12 square meters of forest per person. That cleans up the pollution and gives us clean air, breathable air. It's very small, 12 square meters per person. So we are talking about clean air shares for our biodiversity park. We are saying for 12 square meters, ready reckoner rate, how much does it cost? So that is one clean air share, you buy it. And you will permanently get clean air. So many of our industrialists, like I remember Arun Firodia saying, I'll buy it for all my workers and their families. So we will be able to raise money like this. I think we can do a lot of things if we use these instruments. Please go ahead. I think I'm done. Yeah.
Ma'am, I request you to kindly remain on the stage. We'll have a question and answer session moderated by Harshit sir.
Thank you, ma'am, for your presentation. Most of the public or community participation presentations that we have been seeing is in the rural areas or villages or Adivasi areas or the poor communities in slum. Now, my experience, personal experience has also been that when you look at urban areas and when you look at wealthy neighborhoods, sometimes when I've been involved in projects and projects come in like this, though I am a big supporter of community participation and people participation in projects, sometimes it becomes very difficult to understand if it is community participation in public good or is it NIMBYism. And many times what happens is I feel that it is NIMBYism, so I kind of pull back and say, okay, I don't want to be in this project, which seems like it's a community, people sort of movement, but actually it is NIMBYism.
Self-interest is there. I'm sure, especially in urban areas, the land market being what it is difficult to distinguish between the two. But we have to do it because we can't let people just run away with whatever they are doing. So, especially for the hills, we were able to reserve about 1,700 hectares of hills for the biodiversity park. And there is a ready reckoner value. Actually, all of Maharashtra, you are not supposed to construct on hills. Not even a farmhouse of 4%. That is all nonsense, okay? And that is something that nobody has taken cognizance of. So when I put this, I was a member of the planning committee. So when I put this reservation, of course, there was a big uproar that how can you do this? And I said, no, I am not doing anything. This was there from the British time, that you cannot construct on hills above where the gradient is more than 1 in 5. Now, 1,700 hectares of land. So, of course, there were a lot of interests, self-interests of people who had done speculative investments. So, the problem is like this, that the government also supports speculative investment because they are hand in glove with them. So, I think I have written repeated letters to the municipal commissioner, to the collector, to the divisional commissioner, everybody, saying that these lands, they are reserved. The law is clear now that they are all reserved. I said, put it in the Satbara, in the PR card, because there should be no this thing on it. No sale, buying, selling, nothing. No, they are not there for buying and selling. Now, the other thing is, if you offer a fair compensation, it should work. What is a fair compensation? So, I'm saying don't worry about the market value because that is ridiculous. Let's do the ready reckoner on whatever you are going to pay your stamp duty on, right? So, let's take the ready reckoner value, and by that, you calculate how much TDR will be generated in whichever zone you want to take that in. So, if it's a residential zone, it will generate maybe 25-30% of TDR because the land values are quite high. In shopping zone, actually, it generates highest values. In commercial zone also. So, I think there are ways of doing it. So, I think you should participate and give these other ways of doing things. Because how can we let our city just go? You know, you can't let people demolish the hills and build buildings. It's illegal.
Just to sum up from what she has presented, students, just participating is not enough. You got to know the rules, the regulations which are actually meant for us citizens to have a say in planning. I think that's what she's trying to convey. And NIMBYism, have you heard the word NIMBY? N-I-M-B-Y. Not in my backyard. That is what he meant. He said some of the citizens' movements start with, I don't want this in my backyard. So we call it not in my backyard. For example, if somebody was to put a dumping yard, if I stay at Worli, if there's a proposal which says now this will be a landfill site for all the waste, it's going to affect me, right? So all of us get together and say we don't want it here. That is NIMBY, not in my backyard. So sometimes the project comes to you with the NIMBY as the ideal approach. And you as a professional have to decide what Mr. Sheikh is saying, is that Samir is saying that you got to decide whether you should get involved in it or not professionally, because for the collective good of the city, that may be the right site. So sometimes as a local person, you will have to really see how you compromise. NIMBY is one short form. I mean, I've written about, there's another one called the Lulu label. Lulu, locally unwanted land use. There's another one called banana. Build absolutely nothing anywhere near anything. There's one which is called the cave man. Citizens against virtually everything. Some of us have that mentality.
Lots of people think like that.
And then the final one is the dude. DUDE. Developer under discretionary entitlement. The commissioner has the discretionary powers to give you rights for something which may not be as per rules. So the developers sometimes tend to go on that route. So there's the dudes. So these are all these things. So NIMBY, and similarly there's another one now which is coming up which is called PIMBY. Please in my backyard. That means if I have a reclamation of the coastal road and the reclamation, and if I have a house over there, I want an urban forest. So please in my backyard. Yeah. So you got to be very careful about, what is the professional requirement. When you talk of planning, you talk at the collective level. When you talk about rights, it's at the individual level. And those rights, if you're empowered by legislation to understand that you have the rights, then you can actually start a discussion to get the rights to say that collectively what is required is right or wrong. Correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think that is what a resilient community is all about. Being knowledgeable, first of all, knowing your rights, knowing the law, and then saying, no, this is not good for the city as a whole, maybe good for 2-3 people. Or maybe it's good for the city, do it. So that is also there, yeah.
Any other questions? I have a question. When do we eat? I think we should now break for lunch. It's just that the DCR is now changed into DCPR, Development Control and Promotion Regulations. So we got to be careful. That means
we're fighting. Actually, I didn't. No, but we are fighting that now. We are going to court and everything in Pune. You cannot have a uniform UDCPR, no? Uniform DCR. How can you have it? It's context specific. So it's ridiculous. So everybody, please join us. I will send you this thing. No, and join us to get, let's have a public action. It has to be a citizen action saying how ridiculous can you get. Bombay doesn't fall under UDCPR. Bombay has been excluded. Except Bombay. Yeah. It's mad, I think.
Okay, we can.
Yeah, we'll conclude. That's the difference between the attitude of people in cities. Pune, there are many NGOs, many organizations, many professional bodies. I've seen today it has come up in social media also. If you see the organization, they're sitting and discussing and fighting with the government bodies what is our rights, why you're not giving. If there is a road to come, they are fighting and probably changing the route of the pathway by discussing with the authorities. In Mumbai, the attitude becomes, why should I bother? Too big, but then, so look at ward-wise. You have to look at it. If I walk from here to Kurla, this is as a citizen, it is my right, it is my duty. Can I see if this route is coming wrong? Can I talk to them? The corporators are available, accessible. The government is accessible. They have even posted, I think, offer to students to come up and join the government for participatory decisions. Now only it is about whether you want to be active and want to be part of the government and want to give a solution. You want to be part of the problem or you want to be part of the solution. You need to take that. So today morning, just in a joke, I was telling, we have been pushing too much students to do passive design. So our students have become a lot of passive in one way. I want students to be doing passive design, but think actively and become active and participate in this decision which is required open in an open forum with the government. Many students, most of the students who are sitting here in the auditorium of fourth year, who are planning to give their thesis in the coming year, and final year who are working on this. So this session, this morning session was participatory approach. You need to think in your program, in your projects, how would you be able to take it up and apply and take decisions for your program. So please look forward that this learning of this session comes into your studios. Thank you.
Just one additional thing. Download the iNagrik app. You know, iNagrik. That is, it's a web-based app. It's free. Download it. I'm sure Siddharth must have. But whenever you go out on the road, you can start filling in information. There's a big drop-down menu. Just go through it. And you can tell your corporators, this is garbage is here, the footpath you can't walk on. So many things are there. If you just get into the habit of doing it, and if more and more people start doing it, then this thing about being a faceless city will go. Because right now even Pune is becoming very faceless.
Madam, what I feel like for the major Hello, I am Professor Mahesh Naik from Vivekanand College. Madam, what I observe is that participatory things may only work for the smaller issues locally. But when it comes for the major decision making, kingship is also better. Because if we see many civilizations, they have sustained because of kingship. Huh? Kingship.
No, I will tell you something.
Because when for the major decision making, if you involve everyone, then there will be you will only postpone things. The decision cannot happen.
You are talking about having a monarchy?
I'm not talking about monarchy. I am telling that like not exactly like king, a decision making for the top-down decision making. For the major issues, it has to be top-down decision. For the lower issues, local participatory is fine. For example, I'm telling you, like in Navi Mumbai, they were for 10-15 years, the decision was only where to make airport. Sometime it was in Kalyan, sometime it was in Alibag, sometime it was in Navi Mumbai. But the decision making was not taken correctly. But because of certain leadership, he just came, broke one coconut, and today the airport is done.
I think we need to look at the use of our tax money. You see, the thing is, our government is, unfortunately for you, a democratically elected representative government. Okay? So they are supposed to represent me. And I'm a taxpayer, and we all are taxpayers, and my tax money is being used to build an airport. Okay? Now, if you ask me, I will say we should spend that money on improving 50% of the people who live in Jhopadpattis in Mumbai. You know, from the airport when you fly, what do you see? You see Jhopadpattis. Do you think your city gets a good name with those Jhopadpattis, even if you want to do it for the eyes? That one airport may be very fancy, very swanky, everything, but it's my tax money. It's my tax money. I don't need it.
I think we can discuss this over lunch.
Just one second. I will say thank you, but I think one thing we need to understand is that we have to take ownership of our money and decide how it is being spent. You are again saying that the Maibab Sarkar has decided, and no, I don't know whether it's working or not working, or whether it's right or wrong.
No, I think both of you all are right. Let's go for lunch.
We'd like to felicitate Anita ma'am. I request our principal, Dr. Professor Anand Ajari sir, to kindly come to the stage. I also request the speakers who are online to please turn on their cameras if possible, so that we'll get a group photo. Yeah, we have all the speakers. Thank you. On behalf of VESCO, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all our speakers for sharing their knowledge, expertise, and inspiring work. I also thank the audience for your participation. We will now finally break for lunch, and I request everyone to kindly reassemble for our last session. That is Learner's Perspective on Ecological Urbanism, where our students from the master's course will be joining with their research and the studio work. Thank you, and we'll welcome you back shortly. Check. Start. Request everyone to please remain silent. A very good afternoon to everyone. So let's begin with session 4, which is Learner's Perspective on Ecological Urbanism. This session provides a platform for our master's students to share their research, studio explorations, and independent investigations into the challenges and opportunities of ecological urbanism. Their work reflects not only academic inquiry, but also a deep engagement with real-world issues affecting our cities and communities. So as educators, one of the most rewarding aspects of organizing a conclave is witnessing students contribute meaningfully to contemporary discussions. I hope the current undergrad students also actively engage in these discussions. All our thesis students are also present in with us right now. So for today's sessions, we are delighted to have presentations by Architect Ruchi Kapoor, Architect Vinay Gajakosh, Architect Nikita Mahale, Architect Malak Singh Gill, and Architect Benefer Dharuwala. I extend a very warm welcome to all our presenters, and I also congratulate them on their efforts and dedication. without further delay, we'll begin. I invite our first speaker, architect Ruchi Kapoor, to present her work. Please join me in giving her a big round of applause.
Hello, am I audible? Hello? Yeah, am I audible now? Yeah, so we are all back from lunch. A very good afternoon, everyone. Today, as we discuss building resilience into our cities, I would like to take you through a journey that will explore more on how flood mitigation can be achieved by using our very own natural resources and what we see around us as engineered systems. So let's begin. We will be looking basically at a framework for decentralizing blue, green, gray infrastructure, specifically focusing into our very own M West ward where we are currently sitting in our campus. So we begin. Here, as you see, Mumbai also is a monsoonal coastal mega city, and all our cities which are primarily along the coast will eventually see the action, impacts of climate action. So as climate action is upon us, sea level rise will be very evident and not very far away. In 2100, we will see a 1.5 meter sea level rise. This sea level rise is very actively going to submerge our coastlines. We have a lot of settlement along our coast and prominent landscapes around it. As you see here, what really is happening to our cities. So we have a loss of water bodies. We have almost 71% of our wetlands have been taken away from since 1970 to 2014. Also, we're seeing that a lot of migration into the cities. So we have 51% rise in the urban population. As sea levels rise, so we are in 2026, 2030 is not very far away. That's where you already see a 5 centimeters rise in sea level, not too far. So although seemingly in our conversations, global warming and impact seem very far away, they are almost here and rather strikingly strong. So urban flooding, if you talk about it, it's not a drainage failure alone. We're not just looking at a failure in terms of drainage, but a breakdown of urban resilience, linking hydrology, ecology, public health, and social vulnerability, right? So it's all interconnected. It's not an isolated event which leaves many things untouched. Here, when you see, yesterday Egbote sir has very, significantly conveyed to us that do we want to go back to being 7 islands? So why is he saying that? What has happened is, as spoken time and again, all those buffers that we had around our settlements have all been taken over in terms of salt pans, mud flats, all of those. So when I'm looking at the Trombe area, which was also a island at one point, it is, you will see that a lot of industry started coming into Trombe area, and also since it had a lot of low-lying areas, the marginalized communities, like for example what we are known as informal settlements or slums, were moved into these areas, which were low-lying, not fit enough for the elite to house themselves. And at the same time, of course, the industries were coming in. And so as the flood risks were increasing, and even now as real estate is reaching staggering heights, we have construction here as well. And we have, again, standing at a point where vulnerability is high. If you see the map on the left side, there are Initially, all those tidal corridors were open for the water to freely flow along. But as Mahul and Miti estuaries, all of them were interconnected, and the flow of the water was such. Not anymore. After reclamation, after taking over land, we have basically the Trombe Hill, the only significant physical landmark, after which everything is low-lying, and all the mud flats, the salt pans have all been concretized, and so a majority of it is sort of not available for us for the water to seep in. If you look at the M West, M East ward, although M East is more near the coast, you will see that M West in the records of the BMC shows significantly high water logging. So this shows the number of episodes that every year we have this kind of water logging. So if this is the scenario, and how do we really get this urban resilience face? Because we are seeing the risks right in our face. So what is it? What is resilience? Yes. So you anticipate, you are aware that this is coming, you foresee it, you absorb it, you adapt to these changes, and you recover. So the ability to bounce back. You are anticipating trouble, but you are prepared for it. Okay, so is this what we are doing, ready for? So conventional grey infrastructure, we have our drainage lines, and all of those get choked up during heavy rains. Every year we have commuters struggling to reach, and people are stuck at places. So grey infrastructure evidently is not enough. So now we are seeing this trend of nature-based hybrid sort of green-grey solutions in place. So as I elaborate upon blue, green, grey infrastructure, blue is our water bodies, green is obviously our vegetation, our green areas, and grey is our drainage systems, the ones that BMC provides us. So all of this is, I'll be calling it as BGGI framework. So it is not just that if I control the floods by using blue and green, I'm actually getting co-benefits. What are these benefits? You get water security, you get cooler microclimates, cleaner air, biodiversity, and improved public spaces. So if I were to broadly look at BGGI, and if it is hydrologically grounded and context specific, I can sort of start deriving design strategies from there. So building resilience is what I'm looking at through decentralized blue, green, grey infrastructure. Very quickly, decentralized means that I will cater to this excess water periodically in smaller areas. I'm not going to overwhelm the BMC or the main sewer or the drainage lines at one go. So I'm sort of releasing this water slowly. It's decentralized. So my objective would be to restore hydrological and ecological systems, and of course climate exposure to the communities. So blue, green, grey, like I said, so the blue will have bioswales and retention tanks. They will have your nalas. If you see at places, you will see a nala flowing and suddenly it disappears. It's not gone anywhere. We have built on it. So we are sort of culverting these nalas, okay, and sometimes even burying them deep under. And what is the green infrastructure? We are looking at native corridors, meaning you have indigenous planting, you have wetland restoration in place. And the engineered that we already have, we have our drainage lines. We can even further enhance them by using smart IoT, Internet of Things controls. And also, it can become a reliable infrastructure. So what we have done is, we are saying we have a certain infrastructure in place. The grey is existing, what BMC has given us and what our governance has applied or provided for us. And in addition to that, we also have a natural systems, which are the water courses, the nalas, and the green areas, which are the vegetation. Can all of these come together and create a system which can counter water logging, and same time, like I said, it can simultaneously also deliver co-benefits. So looking at all of this, we are seeing that when you have thinking in place which says, like yesterday sir explained about water sensitive urban design, and SUDS, which means sustainable urban drainage systems, all of these are actually seen as coming onto a theory which is popularly known as the socio-ecological resilience. Now, socio-ecological resilience is, I don't see a human interface separate from our ecological. We are a part of nature, isn't it? So we are, when we are catering to something, we cannot ignore or sideline humans or nature separately. We coexist and we are nature. So if we have to do any kind of intervention, we will need to look at this holistically. So what can we change? Can we say, I will not control the systems, I will adapt to it. I will work with natural systems, I will not work against it. All right. And so also we know, is this a system? So when I'm talking about human and natural system, it actually makes a cities is a interconnected social and ecological system. So, and it's dynamic, complex and adaptive. It changes with time, and it has to, if there is increase in water rainfall or something, it has to dynamically immediately respond to it. And vulnerability is something we also need to understand. It's not just a physical exposure. It is also where we misalign ecology and society. So when I'm through all my attempts in a certain intervention, I have tried to make the social aspect a very intrinsic part of all my suggestions. So this is all coming from the socio-ecological aspect. Coming quickly into our area, so when you're looking at the eastern suburbs, you see that this area that I was looking at, I did not define it by its political boundary. So M West has a political boundary, but I'm not looking at that. When we generally look at it, we look at our natural watersheds, right? So I have a water stream that may cut across the political lines. So that doesn't mean that it's not my concern. I sort of include it in my study. Here I then overlaid a lot of layers of the contours, which are the areas which are chronically flooded every year repeatedly, and what are the storm water lines. With this I identified the frequently flooded areas. I then went around studying all the different parts of M West. So we have all of these, we have a combination of pond and park, we have a pond by itself, we also have these nalas which are in a degraded state where there's a lot of dumping of garbage, etc. Now if you look at this ward, when we talk about a lot of sponge cities, if you have heard of that concept where your infiltration becomes very important to the soil, here we cannot really do that because predominantly here we have clayey soils. What happens in clayey soils, it will quickly get saturated. It's not really going to go down and go into the groundwater level. More so, the groundwater table is high up. So even in our college, whenever the excavations were done, very quickly in 2.5, 3 meters there was water. So when you say, okay, I'm going to do infiltration is my key strategy to counter flooding, no, can't resort to that because it's going to sort of mound up, the soil will mound up inside. And one thing that I wanted to also pinpoint here is, do you see that during heavy rain, during a normal rainfall, if you see the left side image, water is sort of taken through the city and it is drained out into the ocean. But what happens during high tide? That's what happened in 2005, right? The water level has risen and it's trying to enter your drainage lines, and your drainage lines are already choked and they are trying to move out. So all the water is actually further entering into our cities. So these are what factors that we need to address. Coming back to the macro site, meaning if you see the political boundary is in light blue, so it's just at the edge of the red circle, and the boundary over here so here I'm not able to really see it well, but in the microsite, if you look at the same area zoomed up, you will see that this is where our college is located, and here is some microsite which has multiple things happening over here. This is the DP which is proposing. If you see the red circle in the middle diagram, you will see that that's exactly where our there's a proposal of a park being and a circular road coming there. So if you have this scenario where right where our college is, we also have We also have this barren land in front of Sindhi society, which is right now the slum area, and it is there where the proposal of this road is going to come, right? So I hope you can identify where this circle is in the DP. Right now this circle is sitting on the slum area, and in 2034 there is a proposal of having a road and a park over there. Now with this background, where I know that I have seen in M West ward that all the blue-green systems are sort of fragmented, and high groundwater table and clay soils are there. Drainage capacity is less. So what is it that I can do in terms of landscape? What we have done is I'm looking at detention-led BGGI, which is blue-green-gray. So I cannot absorb, because the soil is saturated, I can't start infiltrating the water in. Instead, we start using landscape as detention or storage areas temporarily till the water recedes, till the high tide is gone and the water can slowly drain off, and at the same time when I have actually sort of stored that water for good use. And so what will I do that with? Bioswales, green corridors, adapted street will maximize the storage and will integrate public spaces along this way. When I'm talking blue-green infrastructure, we also know that we will encourage a lot of public spaces around it. So here if you see the existing site is on the left, here you see that the Nala network and the informal settlement have been sort of badly impacted, where the Nala is taken underneath the road and the slum rehabilitation has happened and the park has come in place. So we are working with this, just identify the Sindhi society and Charai Talao, and these are the areas where there is a pond and a park at Charai Talao. Sindhi society is highly residential, closely spaced buildings with narrow roads. Then there was a mapping done for what is the existing blue-green that I'm dealing with. What is the built and unbuilt? Seemingly a lot of unbuilt, but if you look at the DP, you will see that this is all soon going to be a built mass. The land use has been specified, the user activities also studied. So you have commercial, you have campuses around our area. Our topography is flat. All these GIS layers that you see help understand what interventions work best. A general concept idea is then worked out, where the central area which was the proposed park, remember that circular area, this is where the water will become a floodable park, meaning that during dry season it is a place to inhabit and recreation happens there. Otherwise it becomes a storage area where the excess water can be temporarily stored. So if you see below, there is an existing grey hard-lined section versus what we can do as a change scenario. Also, I'm looking at different co-benefits in terms of cooling and flood mitigation, other than that public life. So there are some details where I'm saying I will have temporary storage in my green systems. There are underlined areas. So if you see those details at the end, these are lined rain gardens, and these are they are lined because they will not allow infiltration. They'll temporarily store the water and they will slowly be released as the storm passes. So the planting material, which is our greatest tool, will help us in so many things like surface detention, evapotranspiration. Through all of these measures, the plant palette has been worked out that what works best at the Nala edge, which is the type of plantation at the wetland area, at the street bioswales and the parks. These case studies helped understand how different people have addressed this problem about delaying the outflow of water. So at the master plan level, then I started looking at what are the areas that I have a blue-green. The central round circular part becomes prominent as a storage area. The pond and other networks are then established. This is how the existing situation of the Nala is, and this is how it can transform to. I have used multiple detention and which I have actually connected to the social angle in every intervention. I have associated it with how the social benefits will be achieved. Here you have the park, which can then become a place where all the water which will run down from different areas to this sort of bowl or a sink, how it will be filtered through wetlands, and how community awareness can be created where people can walk into these areas and see how the water is being purified. Today you see the Nala, you pass by, there's ample amount of garbage and stench, but once you treat it, you are going to see the difference. And Although it seems impossible, we just need one case to work. We need one ward to take that one initiative to make it look possible, and we will soon have people following it. Also, Sindhi society, we looked at, if you see the before and after images at the bottom, you see how there's a discard, sort of not very well utilized corner. It can soon become an area for storing water. And these is how the roof gardens and the side, permeable pavements, rain gardens can help achieve things. This is a Charai Talav. It was known as the Teen Talav previously, out of which one Talav is left. So what best can we do? There are flooding areas around the corners of the street, so we have made bioswales so that the water can run into the gardens and then thereby taken into the pond. There's a nala also behind this, so if you see the blue strip vertically, horizontally or inclined, that's where it will connect. We're looking at roads as the biggest conveyors. We have miles and miles of roads. So can we make those as a constant green feature alongside? So it can make cooler places for people to walk, for storefronts, for water to move along bioswales. When you're looking at a framework for any place, if this is a case which can help us formulate a framework, you will look at what is the hydro and the pedological is the soil. What all is available as a base context. Second is what is the contextual BGI strategy then? If this is a context, you will then look at all of these permeable soils, how will they be recharged, etc. Then you move on to a socio-spatial. So you know the strategy, now where will you apply it? And then how governance and resourcing can help us. This then comes down to a policy level. So because today when I say that I want to propose this idea, unless all the future developments say that yes, I will leave a buffer of so many meters alongside a nala or a natural resource, we will not be able to take this idea ahead. We were lucky that in the DP we had that green patch. It doesn't happen everywhere, especially in a place like Mumbai. So is there something that one can look in terms of policy, because it starts and we need that to happen at a larger scale. So at the end, we would like to just say that a connected blue, green, grey network which will store, clean and celebrate water, which will enhance everyday public life. You saw the Charai Talav. When you move along that road from what it is now to what it can become, your everyday public spaces is what we want. We do not want to go to the mall every weekend. Our everyday commute has to serve that for us. So ecological urbanism requires us to shift our mindset, and then landscape is no longer for beautification. It is a fundamental infrastructure which will keep us afloat. So remember that this is what it can do. So it's simple. Just with what you need to do is design with nature, design with the resources you have with you. We are looking at what we have in terms of our concretized, narrow, open spaces. These are the filtration beds. This is how the Jhama road, as what I have actually coined it. This is a Sindhi society area. This is what we can do with the central proposed park with a filtered wetland. I have used these markers in the amphitheatre to remind people at what floodline we are. This is the existing situation and what it can become. So we're trying to sort of incorporate that as a daily, something that you will pass by every day. This is the Charai Talav. So that's what we need to seek. Thank you.
Thank you, Architect Ruchi Kapoor, for that wonderful presentation. Without further delay, I would like to invite the next speaker, Architect Vinay Gajagosh. Sorry. So his topic is on Mumbai's green lifeline, pollinator corridors, building a climate-resilient metropolitan region.
Thank you, Devi. Good afternoon, everybody. On occasion of World Environmental Day 2026, I present a vision titled Mumbai's Green Lifeline Pollinator Corridor, Building a Climate-Resilient Metropolitan Region. Every chapter of human history unfolds a dialogue for development. Ancient people did not invent tools to settle landscape in isolation. They adjusted the development and learning to use shifting environment to their advantages. The development explores the growth, ecological crisis caused by rapid urbanization and processes of landscape-based solutions to restore biodiversity within dense metropolitan environments. Metropolitan regions like Mumbai are expanding rapidly, yet their growth often comes with the cost of ecological degradation. Infrastructure corridors, while essential for mobility, have intervened fragmented natural systems, disrupted biodiversity, and reduced urban resilience. Our city today is at a critical threshold. The question we must ask whether the city needs to grow, it is how cities should grow. So the topic which I had chosen was a pollinator corridor for Mumbai's Green Lifeline. And a part of that, as a pilot project, we had taken a Chembur as a thing. Next slide, please. As we explain our current development patterns, we see a model that is largely engineered, linear, and extractive. Green spaces are treated as residual elements rather than integrated systems. Urban infrastructure operates in isolation from ecological processes. So if you see the slide, you see there is a rapid urbanization which is happening. With it, there is a revision, ecological impact, and the problems what we are facing. And then comes landscape strategies, what we can adapt as a green corridors and the linear landscaping, and the interventions, how to achieve this, and a final outcome, how we actually take care of flora and fauna with a ecological resilience. In these results, we also tackle the heat island intensification, reduced permeability and water absorption, loss of biodiversity, increase in vulnerability, and climate events. In a sense, our cities are functioning against nature rather than with it. Next slide, please. Mumbai presenting a unique layer of ecological condition. It is not a singular layer, it is a mosaic of coastal ecosystems, mangroves, wetlands, urban forest, and river lines, which we have. However, rapid urbanization disrupted all these connectivity systems. One of our most visible impacts is economical fragmentation, which is caused. The fragmentation weakens ecological networks and reduces biodiversity resilience within the city. And one of the major impacts which we had come across is the pollinators, which are very essential for sustaining plant reproduction and ecological sustainability. Pollinators form a critical link for the food chain, transferring energy from plants to higher trophic levels and maintaining biodiversity. And today, at this point of time, we are talking, there is around 40% of the insect pollinators at the risk of extinction. This is due to habitat loss, pesticide use, climate change, and invasive species which are taking over. This creates, I look this as an opportunity rather than degradation to think as an urban infrastructure, not only to transport systems, but also as an economical interface. Next slide, please. So looking at the existing model, what is happening, the vision of the project is to transfer linear metro rails which is coming up, monorails, bridges, all this infrastructure which we cannot stop for the mankind. We need to integrate this with the fragmented spaces to be connected with this, the BMC gardens, the schools, the private open spaces, and the road verges for it with it. Instead of creating isolated green pockets, a goal is to develop continuous ecological patterns integrated with transport infrastructure using the open spaces already available with the city. So if you look into this thing, we are looking about all the infrastructure, what is happening. It can be green and a pollinator corridor it can be used for. To understand how pollinator habitats can be integrated in urban ecosystem, several international and Indian studies are available. Please, I would request all the students to go into this matter, because there is a lot of studies done on pollinator corridors. There are a lot of policies which are put in Ireland, UK, as well as Mexico for this infrastructure development binds the ecological transformation. In India also, we had tried at Prayagraj, Chandrasekhar Azad Park, and which is working very well right now. Next one, please. Taking the scenario of Mumbai, Mumbai has got huge patches like Sanjay Gandhi National Park, RA Colony, Maharashtra Nature Park, mangrove ecosystems, as well as wetlands. And we studied a lot about all the three places, and we started realizing Chembur Metro is a place which is identical to most of the cities in this country, because huge open spaces and national parks are not available everywhere. So one of the things which was coming up, Mumbai Metro, which is coming up, we wanted to use, and the monorail as a part of the pollinator corridor kind of thing. These areas act as biodiversity hotspots and sources habitat for pollinators. However, the urban parks and roadside vegetation often functions in isolation patches right now, which this will connect. Therefore, creating these linear ecological corridors is essential for restoring connectivity. Taking as a pilot project, next slide please. Looking at the Chembur scenario as a green areas from 2009 to 2025, I'd realized that there is a lot of deterioration of the open spaces which are happening due to the infrastructure development and all. And also looking at the other side of the air purification, the aesthetic, the educational part of it, and climate regulation, these things are going to help us a lot. So the location which I had chose among all the three was Chembur. And as compared to the large areas of Sanjay Gandhi National Park and all. Next slide, please. Taking a Chembur, so I think most of you people must be aware, the larger green patch, what you see in Chembur is the golf course, which is coming up. And the lower part is the Shivaji statue coming from Chagan Mita petrol pump. So this entire metro line which is there, which we wanted to use like a pollinator corridor, and start connecting all the open spaces also as a pollinator patches which can be connected. And doing the same, there is already an aesthetic value, and the real estate boom increase also in the value we can see and move forward. Looking forward, the core concept of linear ecological infrastructure, the metro, monorail, bridges infrastructure becoming a green spine connecting fragmented landscape. The corridor operates at three levels: source habitat, a stepping stone for the green patches, and linear corridors for the places. Next slide, please. These spaces act as a connecting ecological thread between these patches. The proposal introduces a resilient ecological urban model for Chembur infrastructure. It is core. The idea is very simple, but it is needed. To convert utilization urban infrastructure spaces in continuous ecological corridors. Few of the things like pollinator corridors, layered plant system. I didn't want to put a longer presentation for you people. So all those things, the plant species collection, the climatic conditions at the place, all these things can be monitored, and the plant selection palette can be derived. This model transfers how to pursue infrastructure from gray mono-functioning system to the green multi-layered ecosystem. As we move forward, the future of our city depends on our ability to design with nature, not around it. The ecological urban model is not just a proposal, it is a framework for reimagining metropolitan region as living and adaptive. Let us shift to the building cities that survive, to build and thrive with nature. The next one last. And this is what we are looking for years to come, where there is a lot of greenery and a place for a habitat for every living thing to be taken care. And that's a smaller and a faster presentation, I think. Thank you so much, everybody, for listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Vinay. I would like to invite our next speaker, architect Nikita Mahale. Can we have her PPT?
Good afternoon, everyone. When we talk about resilience today, we often think about smart technologies, climate adaptation plans, and future cities. But what if some of the most powerful lessons on resilience already existed more than 350 years ago? Shivaji Maharaj uh, had endless tasks to create Vishwavandaniya kingdom, which is for people. That's why he's called Raitesa Raja. So I invite you to look at Swaraj not merely as kingdom, but as resilience model. Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj envisioned a system where landscape, governance, ecology, defense, water, food, and people function together as one interconnected network. My presentation explores how the historic wisdom can help us rethink resilience in contemporary city planning. Next slide. Most people remember Shivaji Maharaj as warrior and military strategist, but he was much more than that. He was strategic planner, environmental thinker, system manager, infrastructure visionary, and landscape strategist. His governance integrated terrain, water, food systems, ecology, defense, and communities into single framework. Long before the term urban resilience existed, he was already practicing it. Next slide. Through my research, I identified 5 key pillars that shaped Shivaji Maharaj's resilient vision. Terrain intelligence, port systems. Port systems were actually self-sustaining nodes across the territory. Water and forest policies, inclusive administrations. He had Ashtapradhan Mandal, which was appreciated by British and followed by them. Naval and coastal strategies. What is remarkable is that each of these pillars directly corresponds to principles that contemporary planners use today in discussing resilient cities. This is why Swarajya can be studied not only history but also as a planning model. I would like to take Raigad as a case study to explain you these visionaries. Next slide. So, modern cities depend heavily on external systems. Food comes from distant regions. Water is transported across long distances. Energy relies on centralized infrastructure. Supply chains stretch across states and countries. When any of this system fails, cities become vulnerable. Raigad was planned differently. It assumed uncertainty and prepared for it. The question is, what can future cities learn from this planning philosophy? Now let's understand resilience. Resilience is not about resisting change, but it is ability to prepare, absorb, adapt, recover from shocks. Next slide. Today, those shocks include climate change, floods, heat waves, pandemic, resource scarcity, and economic disruptions. What makes Raigad fascinating is that it demonstrates resilience centuries before the term itself was coined. Next slide. Why Raigad? Raigad was a place selected by Shivaji Maharaj for capital city. So, in this city planning, we can see his vision and we will see how we can apply that in modern adaptive use in our planning methods. So Takta se jaga has gad karava. This was, if you see, it has a, I don't know how many of you have actually seen Raigad. It has a cliff elevated area was selected for the city place. So, but more importantly, it represents its integrated cultural landscape. Its significance lies not only in monuments, but in relationship between terrain, routes, water systems, strategic views, forest and settlements. Raigad is a living example of how landscape and planning work together to create resilience. Next slide. So this is a plan of Raigad, which is at 820 meters height. Its main planning elements was elevated location, multiple defense layer, forest and river is used for the defense, water storage system, granaries, marketplace. Marketplace here was actually envisioned for the World Trade Center, Huzur Bazar. Administrative zones, housing, escape routes. Next slide. So Raigad is function as self-sustaining capital city capable of surviving prolonged uncertainty. So now I want to show you what I have learned from those studies. So lesson number 1 was built with geography, not against it. So one of the Shivaji Maharaj's greatest planning insight was reading geography as infrastructure. He have used Sahyadri to its best. Stiff cliff becomes wall, ridges become surveillance points, forest becomes protective buffers, valleys influence movement and access. Today, we often flatten hills, straighten rivers and fill wetlands, but result is increased flooding, landslides and heat stress. The lesson remains simple. Work with natural system, not against it. Landscape is not constraint, it is a foundation of resilience. Next slide. This is a slide I want you to understand at what big scale he have thought about geography. So that left side red pointed thing is a Raigad and this right side is a Rajgarh. So our capital was shifted from Rajgarh to Raigad for this all other reasons which I have explained you earlier. Next slide. So this image demonstrates Raigad was never planned in isolation. It was connected in surrounding landscapes, watershed, routes and strategic territories. Shivaji Maharaj understood that resilience operates at multiple scales. A city survives not because of the single structure, but because of its relationship with larger landscape. Lesson 2, water security before crisis. So, Udak Pahun Gad Bandhava. The main line, the water, it has to be there and also managed for the whole year. So, water resilience was built directly into Raigad's planning. Rock cut tanks, reservoirs, rainwater harvesting, redundant water system. So, multiple water system. This ensures survival even during prolonged siege. Compare that with many contemporary cities that depends on single external source. The modern lesson is very clear. Every neighborhood should function as a water catchment and decentralized water systems create resilient cities. Next slide. Food security in urban food security. Food was treated as a strategic infrastructure. Grain reserves were maintained. Food stock was stored. Agriculture, local agricultural network supported the capital. Also, for the siege time, we had functioning agriculture on the Raigad itself. Today, most of the urban food travels hundreds of kilometers before reaching our plates. Any disruption in transport or logistic can immediately create vulnerability. Future cities must incorporate urban farming, community food systems, and local resilience hubs. Next slide, please. Ecology as infrastructure. For Shivaji Maharaj, forests were not empty lands. They provided protection, resources, climate moderation, and strategic advantage. Today, we often view green spaces as amenities, but urban forests are infrastructure. They reduce heat, manage stormwater, support biodiversity, and strengthen ecological resilience. Cities that invest in ecological network are investing in resilience itself. Lesson number 5, network thinking. The strength of Maratha system was never one fort. It was the network. So, I don't know how much it is clear. So this was a, it's not going on? Okay. So Raigad was not isolated planning, but it also thought about from the trade routes and other fort areas. So network was very important part of the planning. Hill fort, coastal forts, island forts, forest forts, each supported others. And perhaps the most relevant lessons from contemporary planning, cities can function as isolated projects, but must operate as connected regional systems. Resilience emerges from networks, not individual assets. Next slide. We translate Raigad into contemporary planning language. Water tanks become decentralized water systems, granaries become fruit resilience hubs, forest buffers becomes ecological network, the network becomes regional resilience corridors, natural terrain becomes nature-based solutions, multiple route becomes transport redundancy. The terminology has changed, the principle have not. The challenge today is not lack of technology, the challenge is lack of resilient thinking. What does Shivaji Maharaj vision teach planners today? First, nature is infrastructure. Resilience should be distributed rather than centralized. Governance itself creates social resilience. Environmental stewardship must be policy, not an afterthought. And finally, every era faces its own challenges. So lesson is not in the historical enemy. The lesson is in the planning framework that allows adaptation and survival. As a landscape architect, studying Raigad transformed the way I think about planning. I realize that resilience is not created by technology alone, it emerges from understanding landscape, respecting natural systems, planning for uncertainty, and integrating ecology with infrastructure. Shivaji Maharaj was not merely designing forts, he was designing resilient landscapes. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nikita. Can we have our next speakers, Architect Malak Singh Gill and Architect Benayfar Dharuwala. Please give them a big round of applause.
You can use the pointer, it is on.
Okay.
And is this on? Just show it, right? Show it. It is on right now. You can change the slides and you can point. This is the point, yes.
Check.
Ma'am, you
control your hand mic?
Yeah.
Check your mic as well.
Hi everyone, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
On behalf of the students of first year Masters in Landscape Architecture, VESCO, Malak Singh sir and I, Benayfar Dharuwala, will be showcasing our learnings from the first and second semester coursework with a focus on landscape perspective, on resilience in urban contexts.
So, primarily we looked at urban resilience. So, what are the problems in cities today? What are the problems which are faced by cities at the national level, then at a regional level, and then our own city itself? So, you can clearly see these are very fundamental things we are facing today: air quality, heat island effect, water challenges. So I think this pointer is not working, so I'll just have to come here. You have water fundamentally, land, waste and heat. These are primarily the issues which we are facing. Heat we have just experienced now. You will know this year that India is going to receive less rain due to the El Nino effect, although it is going to be a drought situation in many parts of the country this year. So these are global phenomenon happening because of climate change. But cities will be hit worse because of local issues like heat island effect. Air pollution is something which we are already facing very badly, and that is all compounding the issues of the heat which we feel. Now, how can landscape design, landscape intervention basically help to deal with these challenges? How can cities, would you like to basically know how we can deal with this extreme heat or extreme flooding or extreme, or lack of rains which will happen in the remaining part of the country? So we have learned in this last year ways of intervening through landscape design and making our cities able to deal with these challenges. That means making them resilient.
So we will quickly run you through how we have looked back at the coursework. So resilience to the city has been studied focusing on 3 prominent environments: the cultural, physical, and the biotic environment. Now, all 3 of these environments, when studied under the subjects, were found to be closely interrelated and interdependent. For example, the physical environment was studied primarily, say, in earth sciences under the topics of hydrology, geology, geomorphology. So these are actually subsurface studies, right? And the impact on these or through these are actually seen through above surface characters or elements, which is your biotic elements, right? Which is your plants, your fauna. So we've tried to analyze this interrelation and interdependence and further explored it in our first and second semester design studios. Can you go ahead? So this was our first semester design program, which was based on studying a changed landscape, such as a quarried landscape. Now this is nestled right within the dense urban context of Navi Mumbai. The site was a quarried land, the first quarry actually of a series of quarries at the foothill of Parsik Hills. Parsik Hills is a reserved forest land which was given on lease for 10 years to SIDCO for quarrying of basalt stone as construction material for the development of Navi Mumbai city. The studio aimed at letting us explore all the 3 aspects of the site, which included the abiotic, the biotic, and the cultural significance it held to its neighborhood. Okay. And this helped us in bringing out an informed design approach, which was functional and relevant contextually. So, I'm going to keep it there. We studied these aspects through collecting primary data, such as visiting the site, studying site context, access, documenting its physiological and biological features of the quarry. And we also studied and sorted them through secondary data, such as studying micro and macro context through Google Earth mapping, hydrology mapping. We could go to the next. Hydrology mapping, slope mapping, as well as studying the growing urban stresses around Parsik Hills, such as migration, degradation of health and quality of air, as well as disruption of wildlife corridors. While we studied all of this, we also tried to inquire individually into the kind of policies, quarrying policies which were formulated, the kind of forest acts which were changed through time, as this is a reserve forest, and the various involved stakeholders in time and its impact on the changes and breaches in policies to the site and its neighborhood today. So some of us tried to connect with certain activists and NGOs such as Van Shakti and BNHS to enrich our analysis of the studies to design our approaches to program. Now, each of us, we are 4 students in the master's course, and each of us came up with a unique design approach after synthesizing our studies. So the first approach, the design approach aimed to establish a resilient food forest ecosystem with the stakeholders being the forest and village dwellers who retain the indigenous knowledge of food foraging and producers. A design approach like this would help make the city more resilient to food scarcity, integrating different stakeholders to contribute to restoring a changed and degraded landscape, such as a quarry. Thanks. Some of us also proposed for creating urban recreation spaces which focused more on the physical morphology of the site and developed activities and functions based on them. Some of us also drew learnings from environmental and ecosystem analysis to integrate wildlife corridors along with reforestation strategies. So the subjects drew out some core learnings which were further studied in depth and were applied in SEM 2 Design Studio. Malak sir will take us through the second semester design program.
Thank you, Vinaifa. The second studio which we were doing was based on the theme of cultural landscapes, and we looked at a peri-urban area near Satara, the historic town. There is a set of stepwells, beautiful stepwells in a village and in a watershed, which basically there is a very famous Baramotichi Vihir, which some of you may have seen in the recent Bollywood movie. There is a set of other stepwells along in this entire watershed area, but they are all ascribed with different cultural meaning. Say Baramotichi Vihir was built or commissioned by the king, but the other stepwells were made to conserve biodiversity and to retain the water table. Some stepwells were made along with temples which helped to prevent drought and to maintain a good vegetation around the area. So this made this entire watershed catchment area extremely worth conserving and giving this entire basically drainage area, this entire watershed, a great cultural identity. So that is what we felt was worth conserving as a cultural landscape. And so all of us took various points along this entire watershed route through the aquifer and the hydrological system, and we developed programs to contribute to the conservation of the cultural identity through maintaining different aspects. One is the heritage, the cultural heritage from the tourist point of view. The other is from a kind of ecological point of view. So when we documented the site, we did not just document the physical features. What you will see is different kind of mapping for landform, for the elevations, for basically for the hydrology, but then also there was cultural mapping. These temples around these villages and around the wells and stepwells had great meaning. Each of the temples, goddesses, were basically conservation ideas encoded in the landscape by people. So these different goddesses are protectors of nature in different forms and belonging to different sections of society. So we needed to connect that with landscape planning to understand cultural landscapes. So by documenting the cultural environment, physical environment and biotic environment, biological through biodiversity, we basically formed our own briefs each one of us chose a different site in this entire watershed and came up with different solutions. So one of the solutions was to focus on the Baramotichi Vihir, exactly where the site is. We looked at it in a climatological way, looked at the wind, the solar path, and looked at how tourists could basically enjoy this place better. Another way was to look at this an entire like a pilgrimage path around the Baramotichi Vihir, so that you make it like a feeling of a jatra, and because that is the culture of that area. So one of the approaches was to create a path, an exploration path for the that area, and then come to the stepwell and kind of create awareness for the cultural identity in a way of conserving the cultural landscape. The other approach was to look at the very basis of the stepwells. Why are stepwells a kind of marker of cultural identity? Because of the retained water levels. So farming was looked at as one of the, the alternative farming was looked at as a way to conserve water levels. And through sustainable farming and maintaining the adequate water levels in the stepwells, you are indirectly conserving the cultural heritage, because if there is no water, there is no stepwell, and therefore people may not even come there and have any kind of cultural heritage. Another approach was to look at the cultural kind of associations with these stepwells, where you had a stepwell and then you have a temple which is associated with the apex predator and biodiversity. And right associated with the stepwell and the temple, you have a sacred grove, which are all basically trying to say that if we can conserve the forest, we will conserve biodiversity, thereby making sure that the water levels will be adequate, and thereby making sure that the stepwells will be always kind of alive, and thereby kind of conserving the cultural identity of that place. So the various angles for conserving cultural identity, right from a tourist friendly approach to a kind of pilgrimage path which is fairly cultural, then looking at ecological and cultural practices of people like farming, and considering biodiversity and forest sacred. So all these various approaches were explored in the studio, which had a theme of cultural identity, cultural landscapes. So this is broadly how we thought that, whether it's in a metropolis like Bombay or Navi Mumbai, where you have to, deal with a kind of disturbed quarry land, or you have to look at a village which is getting urbanized. And effects of urbanization are basically dropping down the water levels and threatening the cultural identity. The resilience might be hidden in understanding ecosystems very deeply and weaving them into the cultural practices of the place, and finding some benefits for society at large. Thank you.
Thank you, Architect Malak Singh and Architect Benaifar. We'll move on to the last segment of the session, that is a panel discussion. I invite all the speakers to kindly join on the stage. So while our students, volunteers are setting up the stage, I encourage our students to kindly frame your questions so that you can ask our speakers. Start. So yeah, congratulations on your presentation. And so the first we'll start with, the main objective of any master's course is that it adds new perspectives. So most of you all have been practicing and been in the field for quite some time. So my first question would be, how has the Masters in Architecture and Landscape as well as the Urban Design program at VESCO molded the way your perspective towards your practice and thinking has changed, or has even you can talk in terms of the theme of our conclave, that is ecological urbanism, and how has it helped you to how will it help you to further take it up in your future projects as well? I can start with Malak Singh sir.
Thank you. The course has been extremely useful in opening up the scope of thinking of development in a larger kind of scale, because we do deal with the built environment, but when we are looking at landscape, we are looking through a much higher flying drone. It's largely starting from a bird's eye view at a regional scale first. We look at the systems, natural systems, then we look at the cultural systems in detail, how they are interrelated, and then we work it down to a worm's eye level almost, at the soil, at the microbial level. So this connect was something which, really built a great bridge, which the building happening somewhere in between, and this bird's eye to worm's eye view was really facilitated by the course. The other aspect is, while a lot of abstract theoretical ideas about landscape architecture did come in, both looking at, dense urban settlements like cities, metropolis, but then also at, say, semi-urban and rural areas. This understanding basically made us, at least for me, it helped me to look at designing in a more abstract way where it comes to theory, but also in a more scientific way when it comes down to the detailing, when it comes down to very specific, let's say the floral and the faunal associations, and how the plantations really, you may, for example, recently there has been a lot of literature where greening purely does not mean that it is going to benefit the place. It has to have its own kind of discipline, its own logic, its own contextuality. So these details and the scientific aspect of the broader landscape is what has also helped me a lot, beyond just understanding the concept of landscape design.
Firstly, I would really like to thank our HOD, Urmila ma'am, and the principal for integrating or being inclusive enough in landscape, being sensitive enough to bring up topics such as ecology, sustainability in environment, and integrating these not just within the course of 1 year, but also looking at it as a vertical integration, which is the first year and the second year. So there were some times when we would actually see their work and understand their level of understanding of each subject and try to apply it within our sort of course or in our design approaches. So I really appreciate that. As a practitioner, it's been 10 years after which I have joined, and the course actually widens my scope of understanding land, subsurfaces, and how the building should be placed with respect to environment. Because we don't look at, we normally actually in projects, you would get a project with either a flattened land already, or it would be something which is already worked upon. Now, how do you look at a building or designing a building with the natural landscape that it comes with? And for me at this stage was quite crucial or very important and significant to learn that, along with the kind of approaches which we have seen across the studio.
I think most of the points they have covered. So I feel I have started thinking beyond my site whenever I start design because of the landscape understanding. So now I think about bigger scales rather than just site area.
I think most of the people are looking very bored. Let's finish it fast, I can see. When I joined the course, it was basically, I have a practice for landscape architecture for around 26 years now. And we are doing like corporate office or a farmhouse, these kind of projects. And we were looking into what the client needs. After joining the course, I started thinking the client becomes secondary and the other living species, whichever are existing over there, if you take care of them, I think the client becomes happy automatically. So this was one of the shifts which has happened in this course, one thing which came to my mind. Another thing I was watching today morning, the master class of Mr. Aniket Bhagwat. I don't know whether you people have heard. There is a 5-hour thing which is uploaded on the YouTube. I think every architect should watch this. So he talks, the greatest art in the world is landscape, where you do something and it keeps changing every hour, that landscaping. So every year, every month, like 10 years, 15 years, the landscape, how it changes and how this art is, when you go to the site and see it and feel it, how it changes looking beyond. So thank you so much for your patience, all of you. And I wish you all the best. And thanks, VESCO, to giving us an opportunity to be part of on this dais to explain our feelings. Thank you so much for it.
Yeah, so it's been a wonderful 2 years. You've been seeing me drudging along with my backpack, but I must say that I've come out very enriched. I couldn't thank VESCO enough, Anand sir, Urmila ma'am, because all of us have grown tremendously. We have actually, when you spoke about the integration vertically, we also had studios with the urban design team. We started looking things, at such broader angles. And I think the site alone is not your domain. You're looking at a much bigger picture. And the more we learn to respect what we have, we need to work with what we have, is what I learned through my thesis as well. So we have these natural resources all around us. What best can be done, and sustainable habitats is not those 2-3 words that you see on, as you enter a college. They have a real solid grounding, and believe me, you work with it, you have achieved everything. Thanks.
Thank you all. Thank you everyone for sharing your views. So now we'll take questions from the audience.
You architects needs to have questions. That's what we have to do.
Hello, Nikita ma'am, myself Mitali, 5th year student. So my question is for you, how did you come up with the idea that we should look back to our history and because back in the day, the whole landscape and whatever the planning was is very horizontal, but today we are more focused on a vertical planning. Yeah. So how did you get to the idea that yes, there is something that we can take from it and still inculcate in our practice today?
Thank you. It's a beautiful question. Yeah, both my friends presented their thesis work, and which was quite actually perfect for the theme of this conference. But my thesis was little different. So I thought I'll present my learnings from my thesis rather than presenting my thesis. And that is how you should see Shivaji Maharaj as. for their learnings rather than identity or creating that image of Shivaji Maharaj everywhere. We should take those learnings and try to understand those in our practice every day. The actually in our behavior also, not only in our practice, not only in our ideology, but how to behave also we can learn from him. So yes, why I thought about past or history, because history many times give us waste for the future. Hence I selected it, and I thought it will be a different and interesting thing for all of you.
Any more questions from the audience? So they are all very experts in research, so you can ask any questions related to that. I think the fifth years are starting with their research and okay, so I'll just ask something. So this is especially to the second years. So as part of your thesis, you had to do an extensive research on certain topics. So were there like any assumptions you had before you started with your research problem, and then like you saw yourself, you had that realization that it was like completely different from what you had assumed, or something like that? Any interesting things that you would like to share?
So when I started doing research on pollinator corridor initially, so it was basically, we have this lot of infrastructure growth which is happening in cities, and how do we cope up with it? And then doing only greenery was not a helping part of it. Then I went to think about what are pollinator corridors, how it is done. I came across certain things that there are policies in countries like Ireland, Mexico, and UK where pollinator corridors are compulsory. And in my thesis, not only we had given a financial backup, like how if I create a pollinator corridor for MMRDA, how financially it could be benefited and how money can be made out of it. Not giving money, I'm talking making out of it by putting digital screen and all. And also drafted a policy for national level as well as for state level and for city level, how a policy can be drafted and how it can be absorbed into the policies, and this can be put forward to the authority also. So that was one of the big learnings which I had it from this thesis.
So I was doing research on Shivaji Maharaj and forts, and the whole year was so different for me. I learned many things. I actually understood that how I can change my everyday or ideologies from him. Also in this journey I met such a beautiful people, because for this research I almost have more than 40 to 50 books on Raigad and more than 100 books on Shivaji Maharaj with me currently. And still I was not happy, because in books I was just getting facts, not learning. So I started meeting people who have done the research, who have written papers, who are actually working currently for Maharaj, many things. So tomorrow, 6 June, we have Rajyabhishek Soha at Raigad. So I got so many connections now that we know, everyone started knowing each other for Raigad now. So it was a beautiful journey, and it changed the whole point of view.
Thank you, Nikita and Vinay. Do we have any questions? Any faculty members? So then we'll, okay, Digvijay sir has a question.
My question is to, hello, yeah. So my question is to Benefer and Malak sir, that we had a lot of discussion on ecology and economy, all these things. We followed up the books of Nulkar sir, then Madhav sir and Ramakrishna Guha. I just want to know, when we gone through these questionnaires, we discussed a lot of things about what was there in 1980s, 90s, even in 2000, and how the transformation till this period, like 2025. So there are a lot of contextual changes happen, but still some questions are anchored or very valid to today's context. So my question, or you can just explain it out, like how those fundamental questions are helping you out to think about your design or sensitize the others or the client through your designs.
Okay, so just by one example, sir, while we had that questionnaire and we studied Gurudas Nulkar sir's book, we came across a theory called tragedy of the commons. Now that was very pertinent to what how I was looking at the second semester design studio and how I studied that, or how rather I tried to apply that, but also check that by going to site and talking to people, because when I'm looking at a theory like this, how relevant is that in today's context, or whether it is, whether it needs some sort of change in people's mind. So I had to go to site and discuss it with people, interview people, not just one or two, but at least 10 of them, to understand whether these theories that we learn actually are, are present today, and whether they need any intervention through us or through any other person who's ecologically driven in changing, the environment. So that was one experience which I had. And yeah, if you want.
We went through some seminal literature like the Ecological History of India, Madhav Gadgil and Ramchandra Guha. That was the first time an ecological history of India was kind of attempted. So obviously, and these books were written very clearly in a way to say the India that was, the India that is, and that the India that could be. And it spoke about movements, it spoke about what could be synthetic approaches for the future, and completely, categorizing for the first time in Indian history, sections of society, like the diagram of the iron triangle, and then clearly segregating what is the subsistence sector from which any development in urban centers actually feeds on the subsistence sector. And like today we were talking about ecological urbanism and challenges like flooding, etc. And how when we are thinking whether it's architecture, landscape architecture, when we are thinking design, even at regional scale, are we aware about where resources for any kind of development of a city or urban development, anyways, where do they come from? So going through the literature as part of our coursework was amazing. Like those 3 books, Ecology and Equity, and Ecology, Equity and Economy, and then so these were seminal works, and especially personally knowing some of the authors was also very surreal, because what like we've been discussing as backbenchers then comes out as a book was quite amazing. And then to apply it in in our design studios was very, very useful, because we may not have got a platform to do that, otherwise, because we work in our kind of still in limited silos. But it was a wonderful experience to understand these concepts, try them out in our projects, in our arguments for our projects, and also they help us to contextualize everything, like whatever subject, whether it's a technical subject like geology, or it's a research methods kind of thing. It helps us to position ourselves with all this kind of theoretical background. So it was very helpful. Thank you so much.
So if there are no more questions, we have one question.
I like the backbenchers also asking for solutions.
You can introduce yourself first.
Hello, myself Pradnya. I'm from fourth year architecture. So my question is for Ruchi ma'am. Like your presentation was amazing, and the ideas and the design that you presented was very nice, and I personally liked it, and I feel that could be done. But my question lies is how do we maintain that, because like we did wall painting for our electives there only. We and Ruchi ma'am work together only. But now when we come to college, we see that wall paintings are not being maintained. They are spoiled now, especially the one which was near the Nala. So how are you planning to keep it like as it is? Like how are you planning to maintain it, and how are you planning to do it with like government or anything else? I want to know.
Yeah, sure. I think for any intervention to really hold its ground, the long-term maintenance and the way it can keep up is the biggest question. So I'm glad you asked that. What really happens is that when people are involved, so like all the speakers here spoke about participation. When people are involved and they participate in the decision making and they see things happening, and now that was a wall painting, I understand, which didn't really hold true. But when they are going to be rehabilitated, they're going to be sort of housed near that place. And when they every day they are actually going to see how this park is going to function, whether children will actually go out and use those spaces. Their opinions are going to be taken into account while designing. So we would like to create a system where people participate in their environment. So if you see the presentation, it talks about poly-governance, so and people participation. The minute we do that, people take ownership in these projects. It's not as easy as it sounds, but somewhere we need to make that beginning, and this are sort of proud of the fact that they were involved in the decision making, and it has changed the entire environment where their kids are not playing in the small alleys and they are out there in that park. I think it will start showing and that realization will happen. There have been instances in the past where there's a place called Medellin, and that had a very high crime rate. So they actually built infrastructure for those people, and with their participation, and crime rates went down, and they were really thriving. So I think that initiation at the government level, and as well as the participation and people who participate for their own localities, that those places thrive. Yeah.
Also, I would like to add to this one. If something starts looking good, the real estate value in that area starts booming up. Please remember. So that in Chembur, there are different locations where residence is coming. It goes to 60,000 to 6,000 also. So the something facing the golf course is 60,000. So why at the same place? So whenever there is a better place you give to the people, people try to maintain it, and the real estate value also increases. And this has to be put into the mind of the authority, into the builder lobby, and the local people also. Okay, boss, if this is done, so if there is a win-win situation for everybody, then only things start thriving. Always remember, if an architect is always trained to think out of the box thing and to execute that, and every person out here sitting got some idea and he can put it on paper. I can tell you that. Thank you so much.
I think with this we can conclude the session. I invite our principal architect, Professor Anand Acharya sir, to kindly present the speakers with the token of our appreciation. I request the student volunteers to kindly remove the chairs from the stage. I would also like to invite Urmila ma'am on the stage. I request Anand sir to kindly give the I request our principal, Dr. Professor Anand Tachari sir, to kindly deliver the vote of thanks and give the concluding remarks.
Probably the volunteers also can settle down and relax now and take a seat. They have been standing whole day. Today's entire day session was on participatory approach, and my reply, even though the question was not to me, but I would like to answer this question which was asked by one of the student to Ruchi madam, that what happens to that painting which was done. I'm a little surprised why that question. I was thinking, why did this question come? Why did the question not come? What am I doing to get this done? So, when we are talking about people's participation, it includes self-participation first. I come first, and I have to take an initiative to do that. And what am I doing that? So I'm not trying to shred off by telling that that question is wrong. That question needs to be rectified by the way I'm going to start looking. Education is not a degree. please, if people start looking education as a degree, it's just the 270 grams of paper. Education is about perception change. A change in perception, whether you do a diploma, a post-graduation or a post-graduation. The change in perception has to come through even after you graduate or from any place. If that change doesn't come within, what is the use of that education? So, very important theme for today, which was taken up about people's participation. But I always say, before people's participation, self-involvement has to come. Oh, there was one ad just for keeping things lighter. Jago Grahak Jago, without taking the name. But Jago, as a student, you need to become more proactive. You are, when I said you are the future of tomorrow, you need to take up stand, you need to take your positions. You need to have your arguments for it. Hope these 2 days, 2 wonderful days and the upcoming days puts you in a framework of thought. That what is the, it's a food for thought. When I use this terminology of called VCM, many of you might know this. It's Vachan, Chintan, Manan. A way, a method to become intellectual. We are talking about Vachan, reading. If you're not reading, you can't think, you can't write. Chintan, discussion. You need to have a debate and discussion. Remove that fear within you. That fear is the one which is stopping your growth. The day each one of you sitting here, sitting online, listening to this statement, the day you remove that fear and ask questions, you will progress. So remove that fear, get into this Chintan, debating, discussion, Manan, introspection. When are you going to give yourself a time where one topic, one theme, you might have liked one incident in this entire program, which might give you a spark. You don't know which day, which year, which part of your life might trigger you. I'm waiting for that day where each one of you get triggered and that changes your path towards a beautiful leader. But for that, you need to be active. You need to be conscious. You need to be working for it. It's not going to come on a blue moon day. So hope all the learners in this, including me, have taken up a lot of things back home, and we will be doing this Vachan, Chintan, Manan across the studio, in the classrooms, second year, third year, fourth year, diploma, post-graduation, during this academic year. So, to conclude for this 2 days session, I thank the entire VES management, Sri Suresh Malkani sir, President VES, Sri Gyani sir, Rajesh Gyani sir, Secretary VES, Sri Prakash Lula sir, Treasurer VES, Sri Bansi Wadhwa sir, Joint Managing Trustee VESCO, and all the other trustee members and the entire VES management to give us this opportunity to host this and let the entire academia get an advantage for this thinking process. This is not only heard by you sitting in this, it is, I have made sure this program goes live across India, across Maharashtra, across other colleges, so anyone can start getting an opportunity to listen, the time, location, position, distance will not matter in learning things. VS management has been highly supportive in thought-provoking programs such what we have taken. Management has really helped us in all way and said you should go ahead and do this program. I thank the entire committee which was behind this program, Professor Harshad Bhatia, Professor Urmila Rajadaksha, Professor Samir Sheikh, Professor Devi, who curated this entire program and got it in front of you. It was months of working, connecting speakers, getting them, organizing it. Thank you, thanks for all this. Thanks to all the faculty members, Ajit, Samruddhi, Prajakta, all faculty members who are behind coordinating this. And last, all the volunteers and students, volunteers without which this program would have not happened. Thanks a lot for coordinating and making this success. Thanks to entire technical team also for getting this program, even though with little glitches, but we could complete it with a wonderful situations. I hope each and every student, faculty, and other practitioners, whoever is listening to this, takes it up in their career, in their academic year, or in their professional life, this Vachan, Chintan, Manan, and applies this and keeps on connecting to VESCO, and we live and grow together. Yeah, thank you very much. Please be seated. We will I'll just do a few announcements before we go for national anthem. I request all the students, the snacks are for them in the canteen, please do have them. All the faculty, please join in the library. Tomorrow, the third day of the conclave, where it is the site visits. We have 15 different sites across Mumbai, ranging with 25 students to 40 students in different groups. I think the faculty is ready with the groups. They will be sharing with you. Hope you all are present early. Reach 15 to 20 minutes before. Please, I am reading it out clear. I want every student to reach 15 minutes before the event has been planned, such that the organizers can help us set up the whole thing. So please don't reach late. The venues has been already given to you in the list. It will also be shared in this thing. Please, all faculty, students, and all others, it is not restricted to anyone. I just got from a call from our one of the office placement team. Some of the officers were interested to attend this. I said, you're free and welcome. You could join with your entire office. And so please, any of the friends, students, if your family members, if your colleagues, your friends wants to join, please get them. Yeah, thank you very much. Devi, to you.
Ready, eh? I request everyone to kindly rise for the national anthem.
Vande Mataram, Vande Mataram, Sujalam Sukhalam, Malayaj Sheetalam, Sasya Shyam मातरम् शुभ्रज्योत्स्ना पुलकितयामिनी पुल्लकुसुमित द्रुमदलशोभिनी सुहासिनी सुमधुरभाषिणी सुखदां वरदां मातरम् वन्दे मातरम् वन्दे मातरम्
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे